Good morning, welcome to a sun-soaked Edgbaston for the denouement of this fascinating championship match which still hangs in the balance. Warwickshire, Middlesex, both teams desperate to win it, so much so that it got a little heated yesterday, and we think that Warwickshire may certainly hear a bit more about it in the day. Certainly intervened to the whole team after the dismissal of Steve Eskenazi yesterday, and gave them warning for the way they sent him off, and Ricky Clark also, I think, got a little bit of a... We rather expect to receive an email at some point with some sort of retribution towards Warwickshire or some of their players, but that's for the future. For the here and now, 197 more runs required by Middlesex to win, 8 more wickets required by Warwickshire. 198 runs required, I should say, for Middlesex. If they get exactly 197, then we will have probably, I would suggest, a unique tie in the history of first-class cricket, where both teams, well, the two teams have been tied at the end of each innings, which is still a tantalising possibility. Jamie Reid with us today.
Clive, very good morning to you.
Beautiful sunshine, and people have mixed views about where this game's going to go. I spoke to Jonathan Trott yesterday. I suppose you would expect him to be, but he was quite hopeful from a Warwickshire point of view.
I think he's got to be hopeful, hasn't he, Clive? They want to record their first championship win. Wickets in which to get them. It's been a relatively low-scoring match when you look at this latest round of fun, but this one has been much closer. You mentioned about it being even on first inning. Eskenazi, who scored more than half of the runs for Middlesex in their first innings, he's obviously a big... Lots will rest on him. Did very well in the last round of matches against S. Get him early in the piece, or Captain David Milan, then Warwickshire really would feel quite confident with this fixture.
Yeah, I mean, I think from Warwickshire's point of view, they probably look at this batting lineup and look at the first sort of 5 or 6, and there's some decent batsmen there, and I'm not trying to disparage the rest, but they'll just feel, I think, that if they get through the sort of top order, and that certainly was the case in the first innings. I mean, they were 195 for 2 at one stage, Middlesex, eventually all out for 334, so 7 wickets only added 139, so they'll feel that a couple of wickets gets them in. On the other hand, Middlesex might look at this and say, well, okay, Warwickshire got Keith Barker, Ricky Clark as their 2 new ball bowlers. They've got Jitan Patel, who says there is no spin out there for him. Perhaps it's not as strong as it sometimes has been for Warwickshire in the past. Now I've got Boyd Rankin, who went for a few runs yesterday, and then they've got the very inexperienced George Panay. So Middlesex may feel that if they can dig in for a while, and they have time on their side as well, Middlesex. There's no real issue for time. There is the possibility of rain, but probably not until this is all done and dusted, one way or the other.
This match, Clive, is the first hour is key, isn't it? If Middlesex can get off to a good start this morning, early in the piece, they'll fancy their chances. If Warwickshire makes some inroads on this final morning, then again, likewise, real shout. So a fascinating first hour awaits.
So here we go with Ricky Clark, Middlesex, who were 1 for 2 at one stage, or 36 for 2, starting this day's play, and that goes out past us off stump, and there's no run. So 36 for 2. The target, remember, 234 to win. A match that Warwickshire, well, both teams are pretty desperate to win, but Warwickshire in particular, if they lose this game, and a draw now is pretty unlikely, so if they lose this game, I'm sure they won't give up, but their chances of staying up will look pretty remote. Ricky Clark in, and that's turned round to a square leg for a single by Milan. He's on to 20. And Middlesex, on the other hand, will know that if they lose, then they really are sucked right into the relegation area, especially if Somerset also win today.
Yes, indeed. Well, if Somerset were to register victory, then and Warwickshire were the only county side in Division 1 without a win. So, Middlesex will know likewise that they want to try and record their second win, so lots resting on it for both sides.
Confirmation that Toby Rowan-Jones has not made the cut for England's team. That was pretty much announced yesterday, but he's not in the 11 for England v South Africa. England have won the toss and are batting first. And Liam Dawson selected. Gary Ballance to bat at 3. Joe Root at 4. Ricky Clark comes in to bowl to Compton, who defends that solidly to mid-off. Definitely has been something in this pitch throughout, certainly for the seamers, and just some signs of deterioration. 1 or 2, particularly from the pavilion end, were keeping pretty low yesterday.
Often happens, doesn't it, on a final day pitch that you get a little bit of an even or uneven. Some keeping high, some staying low, and that's obviously makes it that you've got to really, really watch it as a batsman. That puts the pressure.
Ricky Clark, 1 wicket so far, into bowl, left by Compton. It's a lovely sunny day, not too many in the ground at the moment. Obviously it's a final day. Looks like there's a school group away to our right. If they're here for the full school day, they should just about hopefully see the end. I hope they're not shepherded out with Middlesex needing 30 runs and Warwickshire 1 more wicket at 3:30. But anyway, they're there tomorrow. Not too many other people in the ground for this final day, but those are here will be fascinated. This is a really fascinating match, has been from the word go. Clark, a double appeal for an LBW and for a catch, and they get neither. It came off probably the pads of Nick Compton, but it was taken at 3rd slip high by Sam Hain. Probably too high for the LBW, and Warwickshire weren't able to convince the umpire that the ball had.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was just above the knee roll. He also got a decent stride in. Concerned by all the appeals from Warwickshire. In fairness, they went up in unison, and that means to everybody. And in fairness to the team, they then wondered perhaps if there was a little bit of bat involved. The catch behind, which again was turned down.
There was a similar sort of appeal that led to all the kerfuffle with Stevie Eskenazi. In the first innings, Ricky Clark comes into bowl the last ball of the first over of the morning, and Compton pushes that away to the offside. With Eskenazi, Keith Barker initially was going up for an LBW, but Warwickshire were convinced this is the first ball of his first innings. They were convinced he'd got a touch onto it and was caught in the gully. It was given not out, and that's sort of what led, I think, to Warwickshire giving him innings, which got a little bit out of hand. And I'll just go do a quick update for BBC WM. Yes, Warwickshire needing 8 wickets this morning to get a win they desperately need in their fight against relegation from the First Division. They had 1 over this morning, 1 decent shout, which was a double shout for both LBW and Court. They got neither. Middlesex have added 1 run to that. So we're chasing 234 to win, still need another 197. Warwickshire need 8 wickets, and Middlesex 37 for 2.
Yeah, intriguing, isn't it? It's going to be interesting to see how Keith Barker bowls. I think on his way now, running in past the umpire and bowling left arm over the wicket. Decent delivery, just on off stump, and pushed back down the track by the Middlesex captain. Fielding is carried out at mid-off, dot ball.
He's got 3 slips in the gully, Barker. Not so much cloud cover for the Warwickshire bowlers today, but I'll hope this pitch misbehaves a bit.
Big strapping lad, isn't he? Taking on a lot of words from his captain, John. Of his mark once more, and on his way, running up past the umpire and bowling another delivery into Milan, who's on strike, wearing a short sleeve sweater. And again, same outcome, just pushes back down the track, very elegant in defence. Straight to Jonathan Trott, another dot ball.
He was asked about the kerfuffles yesterday, Jonathan Trott. He said both teams desperately wanting to win, both very competitive. Except that as a captain he has a responsibility to keep things under control in the field, which he tried to do yesterday.
Barker comes charging in once more, the left armour. Milan, who covers up, pushes back down the track, and the bowler does the field. Dot ball. Already we're seeing that he's bowling a good length. Happy to come forward onto the front foot. 3 slips in place as Clive mentioned. Warwickshire will be hopeful of making early inroads in this first hour.
On Trott is a surprising little captaincy in his career. He did have a captain of the England Lions a couple of times, Has rarely started a match as captain.
Here's Barker again, approaching the stumps and bowling to Milan, who pushes out on the offside. It's going to be the same result. 4 balls bowled in the over, 4 dots.
Yeah, solid stuff from Milan so far. And Middlesex do have time in hand. The only thing I suppose they have to be wary of is if the pitch does misbehave a bit. There's always a danger, however solidly they're playing, that one will get them and be unplayable. So once they settle in, they will want to keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Just a case of trying to see the shine off of this still relatively new ball as Barker comes in and bowls a there, and it's going to be worked out on the onside. Can the fielder cut it off? I'm not sure he can. Let's go out over the boundary rope, and it will be the first boundary of this final day. Again, just on his pads bowled. Perfect deliveries. He strayed there, and he's unlucky, Clive.
Yeah, it's a good shot by Milan. George Panay trying very hard to pull it in, but couldn't do it. And runs precious. Middlesex will be counting them off.
An absolutely huge playing arena. 41 for 2 is the score as Barker comes in again, just outside. It carries through to wicketkeeper Tim Ambrose. Dot ball. That is the end of the over. 4 off it. Keith Barker's opening one for.
Warwickshire did try and buy a wicket yesterday with Boyd Rankin, who was tempting the batsman to go for pulled shots over the short boundary, and he did go for 21 runs in his 2 overs, but it wasn't a million miles from working. Nick Compton pulled one delivery that only just back a square leg, so the attempt to buy didn't come off. So Middlesex have got off to a decent enough start. The first 2 overs are taking the score to 41 for 2. Still 193 needed.
Well, Barker and Clark shared 3 wickets each in the first innings. They'll look to do the same.
Left by Compton. He's playing watchfully, and there's no run. Compton on 17. Milan on 24. Men out yesterday were Sam Robson for a pair, which is pretty remarkable given that he scored 2 double centuries against Warwickshire over the years. They were thrilled with that, and they got Eskenazi out cheaply as well, out for naught, which was 179 less than he got in the first innings. Ricky Clark into bowl to Compton, and Compton plays back to that onto the offside for no run. And goes Panay. It'll be interesting to see whether he gets much of a bowl today. Very inexperienced bowler. Took some wickets against Lancashire. Bowled pretty well against Lancashire with a pink ball, but first innings here didn't have a great deal of success, to be honest. So I should think Jonathan Trott will want to stick with his 2 main new ball bowlers for as long as he can, and he has, of course, got Jitan Patel to throw into the equation as well. In comes Clark to bowl to Compton, and Compton drives that. It's over pitch, and he's unlucky because it's hit the middle stump at the non-striker's end, and that stopped the ball dead. Otherwise, that was not going to be cut off by either mid-off or mid-on. That was going to be 4, but the stumps save him, and Ricky Clark gets away with a somewhat over-pitched delivery.
Glorious shot, wasn't it, from the batsman? Over pitched, but he took full advantage. Nick Compton just leant into it, and it was right. The stumps coming to Warwickshire's aid.
So Clark in. He's just got 2 slips and a gully for Compton, and just an inside edge from Compton. Keeps it away from his pads. He's going to get a run for it to back a square leg. Warwickshire not protecting the boundary quite as much as Middlesex did for much of the Warwickshire innings. Most of that Warwickshire innings, Middlesex had 2 or 3 men on the boundary. Warwickshire at the moment had just got the 1.
Well, he got that one to come back in, didn't he, to the batsman? And you're right, it was from Nick Compton. He'll be happy just to get off strike because, by and large, I think Ricky Clark's bowled well in the opening sort of 8 or 9.
Now, in fact, have 2 men on that short leg side boundary. They might tempt Milan, see if he wants to have a go at a hooked shot. But Clark pitches that one up, and it's played to mid-off for no run. 1 more ball of this over to go. And Warwickshire desperate to get a breakthrough. His partnership's actually worth 41 because they did come together at 1 for 2. And one big partnership wouldn't quite win it for Middlesex, but it would get them close. Clark turns around from the Birmingham end. Slightly less breeze today. The Warwickshire flag not fluttering quite so keenly. That one is outside off stump and going over it, and it's left by Milan. It's the end of the 16th over of the Middlesex innings. They are 42 for 2, chasing 234 to win.
Well, he just angled that, didn't he, across the left, and was happy to see it carry through to the wicket keeper. Ricky Clark bowling very well here. Were disappointed and surprised when he left the county, had an opportunity to go elsewhere, took full advantage, went to Derby and then found his Clive. I think he's been a good signing.
Yeah, so he had not a great time at Derbyshire, where he had a spell as captain which didn't work out for him. Ashley Giles was very much his mentor when he brought him here, and he's had a number of good years with Warwickshire. Some doubt as to how much further it's going to go, because I think he's at the moment a bit locked in contract negotiations beyond the end of this season. But he's won a few trophies with Warwickshire and done well.
Here's Keith Barker at the edge of his mark and on his way once more, charging in past the umpire and bowling left arm, or bowling to Nick Compton, I should say, the right-hander, who just works this one off his pads out to the man at deep mid-wicket. Single.
Middlesex going along pretty well at the moment. There's one LBW shout against Compton, the one that came off the inside of the edge of his bat as well, but not too many alarms so far.
Barker again runs up past the umpire, bowling left arm over the wicket and bowls to David Milan, who takes a couple of this, pushes out to cover, and it's going to be a dot ball. It's one or two words now from it's with I'm not sure if they're calling for the helmet, possibly, Clive.
They might well be. Jitan Patel's just dried his hands on the turf, so whether they're going to bring Jitan Patel in very early, I'm pretty surprised they brought him in this early, but they might give it a go, or they might just put a short leg in anyway for Barker or Clark.
43 for 2. Here is Barker bowling to Milan, who works this off his hip. Quick single. I tell you what, had there been a direct hit, and let's face it, Lamb's not a bad fielder, he could have been in trouble there, Compton.
Yeah, I think that would have been very tight. Picked it up and threw hard. He had to throw hard. He only had one stump to aim at. Difficult to tell from here, but I don't think he missed by very much, and it would have been certainly that would have been a bonus for Warwickshire.
Milan off strike. He's been the aggressor in this partnership. 25 from 30 from 50 for Compton, who's on strike, and Barker bowling to him. Bowls on middle and off, and a dot ball as he pushes down to building. More chat out in the middle by the Warwickshire players. No real surprise, they're fully up for this battle, and it's intriguingly poised, Clive.
Yeah, it is. Warwickshire still need these 8 wickets, and Middlesex still, look at that, I still see it's quite a long way away. 190 still required, says on the scoreboard, trail by 189. That may still seem quite a lot, certainly for those players in the changing room. They'll be hoping these two get as far as they can.
Here is Barker bowling a decent delivery, and I tell you what, there was almost a little bit of nib. Rehearsing the shot, it looked much better second time around, but there was a lack of movement of the feet. Tempted into edging that through to the wicket-keeper and the slips, Clive.
Drifted that one away. Barker beat the bat this morning. It'll give Barker some encouragement.
44 for 2. They are chipper. Middlesex likewise, feeling that they can win this game as Barker bowls on off stump. He goes back and across, and a dot ball ensues. That is the 44 for 2 here at Edgbaston.
Probably Warwickshire's most important day of the season so far. It's been a very troubled start to the season. Having won the One Day Cup last season, they made it a pretty well. They gave it up with a whimper really this season, getting nowhere near qualifying from the group stages. Still looking for their first championship win, bottom of the table. T20 starting on Friday. They got high hopes for that. Couple of players. Grant Elliott, was coming in as a coal pack, and Colin de Granholm coming in as the overseas player. So they'll hope for better than that. But this is such a big day for them in the season. They need to win this game. If they do that, They'll go into the break from the Championship still with hopes of preserving their First Division status. Ricky Clark is bowling, and that one was a little bit wide, but a fairly loose shot from Milan. He's going to get 4 down to it at third man, but that flew up in the air. It's gone between slips and gully. And Milan gets 4. He's on to 25, 44 for 2, but he wasn't in control of that. 48 for 2.
He rather just threw his hands at that, Clive. The delivery from Ricky Clark, he gets a boundary for it. Wasn't moved into line, and rather fortunate. That could have gone anywhere. Rather uppish, wasn't it?
Precious runs for Middlesex. Just the 2 slips in the gully. As in comes Ricky Clark, and that's probably did play inside the line there, Milan, but it was a good delivery from Clark, drifting away.
Yep, he's just taking it away, isn't he, from the left-hander, and it did work its way through to Ambrose. Play inside that with the intention of leaving it and letting it run through. And certainly he's the man that you need to make sure that you're really putting your A game in against.
Jonathan Droff clearly feeling he can't afford to over-attack. He hasn't got too many runs to play with, can't afford to leak lots of runs. Clark comes into bowl, and that's a very wide delivery, which always signalled it wide. Well, there has been a lack of consistency in this game from the umpires on wides for me, because there have been some wider than that haven't been called, but that one has been. So it's 1 more onto the total, 49 for 2.
Don't really understand that. Neil Mallender was a bowler himself, and when he did in Championship cricket for deliveries like that, in this day and age, I still don't think that should count. As was aghast with the decision, and you can fully understand why.
Clark from the Birmingham end to bowl to Milan, and Milan leaves that. Milan wearing a jumper again. It's a little bit cooler today, but he wore a jumper throughout his innings yesterday when it seemed pretty hot. I think George Pennai is just doing some exercises, but that's just to keep himself nimble in the field. Again, I'd be surprised if he's brought in just yet into the attack. We're in the 18th over of the innings. That's obviously how old the ball is. As in comes Clark to bowl to Milan, and Milan leaves that. Good leave, taken high by Tim Ambrose, just by his face.
He's bowling very nicely, isn't he, to the left-hander. He really is working. Milan with 29 from 40 is going to play fairly aggressively, one would think, and try and keep the scoreboard ticking. I think Compton will perhaps be the sheet anchor at the... Perhaps the other batters can bat around.
Clark, still a few more people are coming to the ground, not too many here. It's a school party, still enjoying it. I hope they understand where the game is as Clark bowls and gives him a bit of width there, and it's played well by Milan, just plays it into the ground beyond the reach of gully. It won't go all the way, he'll just get 2 for it as Matt Lamb fields it, but 2 more precious runs brings the 50 up for Middlesex. In it'll be 105 balls, I think, for the 50. (107), correct myself, 107 balls the 50's come up in for the loss of 2 wickets. Those 2 wickets going very early on. And this is now a 50 partnership, in fact, from these two. That's brought up the 50 partnership as well. And that's pushed out into the onside by Milan for a single. And Milan moves on to 32.
Yeah, he's just pinched the strike there, hasn't he, Milan? And it was a nice little shot just off his hips. The previous delivery played with on the offside. He's scoring all around the wicket, Clive.
Yeah. Warwickshire bowling quite well. Things aren't really happening as much as they would like. Haven't had a century partnership between 2 batsmen in this game. The only century partnership we had is for Middlesex's 2nd wicket in the first innings, and they put on 114, but 3 batsmen were involved because Nick Compton retired hurt with the score on 25. during that partnership. So no two batsmen have managed to put on 100 so far in this match. Warwickshire came close. Hayne and Trott put on 94 in the second innings. But no one has managed. I should say Ambrose and Trott, I should say, put on 94 yesterday, but no one's managed to share a century stand. If these two could do it, it would be very timely.
18 overs bowled so far in the innings. 52 for 2 is news from this pavilion end, and bowls just outside off stump, carries through to the wicket keeper. Milan, the left-hander, is the bat. We can hear lots of chirp out there in the middle from these Warwickshire players, Clive.
Well, they've got to keep themselves going. They can't afford to start feeling sorry for themselves. They can't afford to start getting flat. Even if they are held up for a while, they'll still believe that one wicket can be followed by a few others quickly. They still have runs to play with.
Here's Barker bowling an almost identical delivery outside off stump again, and you see the wicketkeeper and that delivery. He's bowling that line just outside off stump, unerring. Barker, he hasn't strayed too often.
Jonathan Trott was saying yes, he thinks on this pitch it's quite difficult for a new batsman, so one wicket can easily be followed by another one very quickly. That's what Warwickshire have got to keep reminding themselves.
Barker in once more and bowling the third delivery in almost the same spot. Bowling good lines, good areas, the bowling coach would say, and few could disagree. More chat there from Jonathan Trott and the players out in the middle. We can see the perfect skyline, elevated position here in the commentary box at Edgbaston. A lovely test playing ground, and I've got to say, looks much better than my last trip here. Work that has gone on inside and outside. I tell you what, that's a big LBW shout. He did get a stride in. Perhaps he was slightly outside the line, but they're very disappointed. That down. Milan lives to fight on. Warwickshire disappointed that decision's not being given, Clive.
Yeah, I think you're right. He certainly got his front foot the fairway forward, and it may well have been outside the line of off stump. It was a good shout, but the batsman survives. Warwickshire need these breaks to go with them, but Jonathan Trott just having a chat with the umpire, maybe just checking exactly what the reason behind the decision was.
Well, he's a nice umpire to talk to, Graham Lloyd, like his father David, broadcaster himself. He's more than happy to talk to the players, a former player himself with Lancashire. Here is Barker continuing off stump to the batsman Milan, who pushes out to mid-off. It's nice, Clive, when there's that little bit of interaction. Sometimes remove themselves from the players, and that makes it difficult for them when they can't communicate.
Yeah, there's been one or two decisions I think both teams have been a bit unhappy with, but that's cricket.
Well, Nick Compton got a disappointing decision in the last outing when he was given LBW. Here's Milan push side. It goes out to the fielder at mid-on, and that is going to be 52 for 2. Milan has 32. Compton has 19. 51 these two have put on unbroken for the third wicket.
Yeah, so far so good from Middlesex's point of view. Still a long way to go. It's obviously hot out there. Both umpires have removed their coats. So a good shout there for LBW from Keith Barker. Give a not out, but it'll give him some encouragement. He might get the next verdict. It was probably a 50-50 call. Would they have reviewed it? Have reviews been available? Possibly. Might well have ended up being umpire's call, I suspect. We are going to see George Panayi in, which I'm a little bit surprised by this early. But George Panayi, a big moment for him, the rookie. Compton and Milan won't have faced him very much. They've faced him a bit in this game, but not very much. So maybe a bit of an unknown quantity element here. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 18. Ricky Clark at the moment. At the end of that spell, George Panayi in the first innings bowled 7 overs for 39. He can't afford to be that expensive this time round. But this is his first bowl in the second innings. Field is fairly well spread out in that he's got 3 men on the boundary now, 2 on the long leg side boundary, short offside boundary to the right-handed Nick Compton, 2 slips and a gully in place. First delivery is not a bad one, which Compton just plays away from his pads, gets a single, but it was a decent start from Panayi. 1 run, 53 for 2.
Slightly surprised by that decision that Ricky Clark's only bowled 3 this morning. I thought they would have given those overs last night, but they need to try and make the breakthrough. Whether it is that the young man bowling now is as well known to the Middlesex batters, but with the opportunity to see players on DVD, etc., or see bowlers, the team working hard behind the scenes, doesn't make it so much of a mystery as it did perhaps one.
DVD on him either. It's only his second match. He comes into bowl, and that's a whip to into the offside. It's well stopped by Jitan Patel, and he might have hurt his hand, which would not be good news to watch. He walks away from the ball. It's picked up by Jonathan Trott. I think that stung Jitan Patel. It was a very good stop.
Either side of him, it was a boundary. Yeah, it has hurt him.
Warwickshire certainly can't afford Jitan Patel to be incapacitated, even though he was adamant there's no turn at all for him out there on the pitch, but he's in some discomfort. If I was Milan, I would try and hit this ball at him this next delivery, because I'm not sure he's going to stop it. Panayi comes into bowl, that's a wide, and it's left by Milan. There's no run. 53 for 2. Middlesex, their target, 234 to win.
Well, he's in good form, David Milan. He got that call up, of course, for the England T20 side and did well there, and you can see he crunched this to Jitan Patel. Jonathan Trott, the skipper, comes across just to check if he's okay.
I'm slightly surprised he hasn't left the field, actually, and Gerhard must have a look at that. But, he's still staying out there at the moment. In comes Panayi, bowling from the Birmingham end. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's gone past the outside edge of Milan. That drifted away. Taken by Tim Ambrose. Good stuff from young George Panayi.
Brilliant delivery that, just angled across the left-hander. All it needed was a drive that edge, rather. That was almost like catching practice that you see the players go through in the build-up to David Milan did well to play inside the line there, because that was very inviting from the bowler.
Panayi again comes into bowl. Right arm over, and that's driven by Milan nicely, but only as far as mid-off, and it's cut off there by Jonathan Trott, and there's no run. So Panayi trudges back to his mark. Warwickshire are 1 up in terms of over rate, so they won't have to worry about that. They can concentrate on trying to bowl Middlesex out. Panayi to Milan, comes into bowl, and Milan drives that again to Jonathan Trott at mid-off for no run. That's the end of the over. I'm going to do a quick update on BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. Well, Warwickshire needing 8 wickets today to get a win they desperately need in their fight against relegation. They haven't got 83 for 2, need another 181 to win. Has not been for the one to try, and Keith Barker's had one very loud LBW appeal turned down. That was close. There was an appeal too from Ricky delivery, but possibly the pitch not doing quite as much as Warwickshire would have liked this morning, and the batsmen, despite those 2 slight scares, have been reasonably solid. The ball's gone past the bat maybe 2 or 3 times in this morning session so far, but with Nick Compton on 20 and David Milan on 30 at the moment, are standing firm at 53 for 2.
And Barker will continue, very economical so far. 4 maidens from the 8 overs he's bowled. He's gone 1 for 13 as he bowls on. I think it almost caught Nick Compton out. Works it out to the fielder, who's in short there at mid-wicket. It will be a dot.
A bad start for England in the Test match. They are 17 for 2. And I think they've lost both openers there. Keaton Jennings has gone for 8. And Alistair Cook has gone for 3, so England in some trouble at 18 for 2 now.
53 for 2. Here's Barker to Compton, another dot. Interesting that, Clive, that they've lost the 2 wickets. It does generally nibble around, but captains rather, Dean Algar and Joe Root, seem to think it was a pretty good pitch, so Joe Root, no hesitation in batting first.
In the Championship, Surrey 421 for 7, they're pretty close to being safe now against declared up 281 for 4. Yorkshire will be chasing 337 to win.
All eyes on that for Warwickshire supporters. 53 for 2. Here's Barker continuing. Going to pick up at least 1. They'll settle for a single. Good piece of fielding down there at long leg.
I think Middlesex supporters will. In the second division, Durham 52 without loss, chasing 282 to beat Derbyshire at Chesterfield. Northants now safe at Beckenham. They've avoided the follow-on at 560. To Kent 701 for 7, and on the second day of the game at Arundel, Leicestershire 101 for 2, replying to Sussex's 262, and in the varsity match, Cambridge now 100, Oxford by 157.
There we are, 1:30 is the time. You're listening to commentary provided by Radio London. 54 for 2 as Barker continues, a lovely delivery with plenty of keeper. It just got rather big on batsman David Milan. Dot ball.
Barker bowling well, which is keen to have something happen for them. The pitch certainly hasn't been all over the place this morning, so they're going to have to work hard for their wickets.
He's the key for me, Keith Barker. He bowls a heavy ball, he's a good bowler. 1 for 14 from the 9 overs that he's bowled short. That is out. That's a great delivery. It kept very low. We saw that uneven bounce. It cut back into, and the umpire with no hesitation. Up goes the index finger, and that is the end of David Milan. Warwickshire and Middlesex with plenty of work to do. 54 for 3 now.
Well, that will be what Warwickshire would have been hoping for. The ball has kept low a few times. Andy Umi got an unplayable one in the Warwickshire second innings. A similar one. Let's go do an update on BBC WM. Well, Warwickshire needing 8 wickets today to get the win they desperately need in the battle against relegation have just got the first of those wickets, and they'll be encouraged because the ball keeping low from the pavilion end, as it has done since yesterday from time to time. The first one really to do that this morning, Barker bowling to David Milan, and an unplayable delivery from for 32. Up to then, not too much happening for Warwickshire. They've beaten about a couple of times. George Panay bowled one decent over at the start of his spell, but the Middlesex batsmen were looking fairly solid, but that occasional unpredictable bounce might be what does it for Warwickshire. Middlesex need another 180 to win. They are 54 for 3. And as Paul Sterling comes out, and of course he could change the game very, very quickly, I shall hand over to Phil Bitt, who'll join Jamie.
Thanks very much indeed, Clive. Making his way out. He did very well against Essex in the last 2 half centuries, no doubt about it. He does have good ability, the Irish. Fair clip. He comes out to join Nick Compton, who's 21 not out. 54 for 3 is the score. We're in the 21st over, 1 ball to go of this over, and Barker, who's bowled very nicely through the first innings, an underrated bowler for me. 2 for 14 from 8.5 overs. Good morning to Phil.
Morning, Jamie. Good morning, everybody. It was almost unplayable, that one from Keith Barker. And if you get one like that, there ain't a lot you can do, really. So you just got to hope that it's going to miss. In that case, Graham Lloyd, the umpire, had no doubts at all. Straight away, finger went up. 180 still required to win for Middlesex. Warwickshire now need 7 wickets.
54 for 3 is the score. Here is Barker bowling to the right-handed Sterling, who covers up, pushes, who comes racing in from mid-off, and that is the end of the over. A large round of applause for Keith Barker. And now for him, 54 for 3 Middlesex, needing a further 180 to win.
Yeah, it's I've even money here at the moment. I wouldn't like to put a bet on which one of these two sides. I would think if I had to, I would probably favour Warwickshire's position just at the moment, and I say that mainly because Middlesex do have a bit of a tail here with their in the side, insofar as 8, 9, 10, 11 would be perhaps weaker than they would normally go with the absence of Toby Rowland-Jones.
John Simpson, the wicket-keeper, batting at 6. He can obviously contribute. Ryan Higgins, the all-rounder, at Jimmy Harris, Ollie Rayner, Tom Helm and Tim Merton, more famed for their 4 for 3.
Yeah, here's George Panay going to continue from the Birmingham end. He's into the right-handed Nick Compton, who's on 31. Compton is just playing this one back, jumping across his crease and just pushing the ball back, and as he follows through, Panay sticks out a hand and does the fielding. Sorry, Compton on 21, not 31, I think I said.
Slightly surprised that Ricky Clark was taken out of the attack final morning.
Well, I think he's got to get George Panay into the attack. He was a little bit reticent about bowling him last night. He was in the first innings. He was quite expensive. He went for 39 from just 7 overs. He comes in again and bowls, and Compton is again right behind that one, and again playing it back so that Panay bends down and feels off his own bowling. And whether he decided, well, I'm going to need him into the attack. Let's get him on before the Middlesex batsmen get going here and give him a try. But yeah, I thought Clark bowled really well, really sharply, and but Panay did bowl extremely well on his debut against Lancashire in the last game. So that's what Trott's hoping for, that Panay can produce a good spell, and he comes in again from that Birmingham end. Just a little bit of extra bounce, a slower one I think as well, just held it back a touch, but Nick Compton knows he's got all day. He doesn't need to rush. Just count them down in tens, the total down as he works it down.
He's bowling a very good length, Panay. He's pitching it right up and causing problems there in the middle. We mentioned it's a big game this for both sides. Lots resting on it, with Warwickshire yet to win in the championship. Yeah,
absolutely. Panay bowls, and this is driven nicely past the outstretched hand. He won't get his hand to this one, and it goes right up to the long off boundary and into the advertising boards there. George Panay bent down, but the ball was past him. Probably for self-preservation, might have done the right thing, just getting his hand out of the way.
Well, he's glorious to watch when he just pushes forward onto that front foot. Nick Compton, we saw him do a similar thing earlier on in the pitch out Warwickshire and came to their aid. No runs on that occasion, but it was the perfect stroke and never a chance for mid-off to cut that off.
No, he was most unfortunate with that straight drive earlier on in the day. Beautiful shot for nothing. He took the middle stump out. Panay comes into him again, but this time it's a little shorter and it's pulled down to deep backward square leg by Compton, in control of the shot, and just 2 3 bounces, and they amble through for the single, which takes Compton on to 26 and the total on to 59 for 3.
You mentioned about Panay being expensive in the first over, and I think you see young cricketers there very well. He's bowled a good length. He's been hit for the boundary by and large, that is, and in the next which should really have been put away by Nick Compton, and I think that's what young bowlers perhaps do. They give you 1 or 2 shots and over.
Yeah, and that's only going to change with experience and more and more bowling in this level of cricket. He's played most of his cricket's been club cricket and second team cricket, so obviously a big learning curve as he comes in again past umpire Mallory, gets the outside edge. This squirts away down to the short third man boundary and will cross the ropes. So Sterling gets off the mark in the not best controlled way, but effectively it's 4 into the book, and it takes Middlesex on to 63 for 3. They trail by 170, add 1 more run to that, and that's what they need now for victory. So quite a productive over in the end there with those 2 boundaries. George Panay just again getting a false shot, but unfortunately from him it going away for for 4 runs.
Indeed, yeah, profitable over in the end. Sterling off the mark with that shot. It wasn't the knew very little about it, in fairness, but he is up and running, and Compton on strike has 26. 2 right-handers after the dismissal of Milan, the only wicket to fall on this final day. 63 for 3 as Barker comes charging. Bowls on off stump to Compton, who covers up, pushes out into the covers. Lamb does the fielding, no run.
You were saying England lost a couple of wickets, or Clive was saying the second wicket, the one of Keaton Jennings, they chose not to review it. The ball pitching outside leg stump, the LBW, was not just pitching outside, was actually missing the stumps as well, but a really bad one not to review.
Here's Barker again, bowling to Compton, who covers up, works it out on through for a single. In the end, all the pressure on Lamb, he couldn't even carry out the fielding. Nick Compton thought to himself, could there be a cheeky second? Yeah. That would have been far too risky, and Paul Sterling isn't the quickest between the stumps, so they did want to even contemplate that.
Yeah, I think they sense prevailed there, but yes, it was just for a second I thought he was going to turn, but perhaps he had the same thought process. It's not Milan that there, it's Paul Sterling. I'll stick with what I've got, and they don't need to rush or take any risks really.
And you're certainly told not to run another on a misfield, as Barker bowls a slower ball here to Paul Sterling. Sterling gets something on it. I'm not sure there was any bat, so it might go down as a leg. I think it perhaps has.
Yeah.
The umpire signalling that yep, they are runs, so Sterling moves on to 5. The score to 65 for 3.
Didn't appear to be very much. It must have been a little inside edge or something like that. There's no fielder there, so it wasn't a risk or anything for the batsman, but it was it just appeared from a slow ball which wrapped him on the pad and ran away. Anyway, it's amazing what the eye can see from 100 yards, which from 22 is clearer.
Yes, indeed, we are a long way away. We're behind glass, and we're in a very position here at Edgbaston. We can look all around the city, and we can see Barker run up past the umpire and bowl here to the batsman Nick Compton, who pushes out once more, doing the work in the covers, and this will be another dot ball. More chat goes on. Ricky Clark having a few words now and bowling to Keith Barker. They're keeping him going.
Yep. They had got a little bit over the top yesterday, just got carried away a little bit, I think, with the circumstance of the game.
Here's Barker on his way once more and bowling to Compton, who works this out behind square on the leg side. They take a single. They won't necessarily mind that when he plays across the line like that, because it really does bring the leg operation.
Yeah, I thought for a second again they might try a second there, because the two fielders that are on the behind square on the onside are back at long on and deep backward square leg, long leg and deep backward square leg, and I thought there might just be chance to get back for a second, but again they chose not.
Here is Barker again, runs up past the umpire, and that one just almost caught something in the pitch there. It seemed to deviate to me. They're through for a single, but we're already seeing some indifferent bounce, especially from this pavilion end, Phil.
Yeah, we've seen this particularly in the last 2 days. One or two of the Warwickshire batsmen suffered. I think Clive was saying Umeed got a ball which he couldn't play, which that one scooted through on him. But you're getting one or two as well which are just giving a little bit of exaggerated bounce. It's probably of the two ends, it's the one which is assisting the bowler more. So far bowling from the Birmingham end, it does seem that there's not as much help. But throughout, I suppose really the last 2.5 days, there's been quite noticeable that the old ball does do something. Panay continues from the Birmingham end. He's in and bowls, and Sterling, with not a lot of foot movement there, just pushes the ball away to extra cover. And there's no run. 67 for 3. And Middlesex requiring a further 167 runs to secure what would be their second victory of the season and open up a gap if that were to be the case on Warwickshire, which would extend to 47 points, I think it would be, which is a lot of points to be ahead of, from Warwickshire's point of view, with at this stage of the season. Panay in, and this is driven, beautiful shot by Sterling. He picked the gap between extra cover and Jonathan Trott at mid-off. He was at a wide mid-off, but beautiful arrow straight into the gap and away up to the ropes, and that was just go and fetch it, because that wasn't, nobody was going to cut that off. He gets his second boundary. The total goes to 71 for 3, and that you don't want Sterling around if you're a bowling side for too long, particularly when you're trying to defend a total.
Scores quickly in red and white ball cricket. Yeah, 9 from 6 already.
He waits as Panay comes racing in and bowls, and this is driven away. It's a dive at point from Umi, takes the pace off it, and Sterling gets a single from what at one stage looked as though it might flash through for 4, but they scamper through for the single, so into double figures already for Paul Sterling. That brings Nick Compton back onto strike, 72 for 3. And remember, these two have already added 18 in what seems remarkably quick time. Panay comes in again. Compton waits, gets forward to this one and just plays it back down the wicket. Panay feels off his own bowling.
Yeah, Sterling will certainly be the aggressor of these two. We mentioned earlier in the piece scenario for Nick Compton. He's very good at batting time, very comfortable doing that role, and if he can be there at the end, close to the end, Middlesex would certainly be in with a real good chance of going on to win this.
Yes, I think that's absolutely right. George Panay comes bouncing in again and bowls, and Compton plays just a little, slightly awkward looking shot out to extra cover, and there's no run. He just rehearses the shot. Such a good, solid batsman, Nick Compton. He's had that spell at Somerset where he scored runs for fun against Warwickshire while he was at Somerset. He's doing a good job for his side as he waits. I was looking yesterday, 34 now, Nick Compton. He's I didn't think he was quite as old as that. We were looking, I was talking to somebody yesterday, and we looked up to see how old he was, and we were both quite surprised. As he waits, Panay comes in, the last ball of his over. This is clipped away nicely, but straight down to the man out on the on the deep square leg boundary. Is Matt Lamb. It's the end of that over from Panay.
And Ricky Clark's back. Change of bowling.
Well, Panay is just, I wonder how long Jonathan Trott will keep him in the attack as well. He's gone for 16 off 3, which when you've not got a large total, you can't really afford to be leaking the runs quite as quickly as that. Okay, there's been a couple of edges in there, but even so, Trott will be well aware that now is down to 160. 198 required first thing this morning. It's down to 161. They've got the 1 wicket, but he's got to keep his eye on that runs required. That's the key thing from their point of view.
Whether he's thinking to himself, Clark gives you control, Barker gives you control, it then gives the opportunity the other end if somebody like Rankin can be given that opportunity, although he was fairly expensive.
What he tried to do was bowling from this pavilion end. He tried to use the unpredictability of it, or what they deemed to be, by bowling short. Well, he was too short, and both Mallon and Compton lapped into him, and were very heavy scoring in the last those couple of overs that Rankin bowled.
So Clark back into the attack, bowling at this pavilion end and bowling a good delivery on leg stump, which is just Nick Compton gets the bat underneath it. Dot ball. 73 for 3 the score. So
you're up for the 1 day today, which is they sort of Offend, isn't Kevin back, and then presumably do you get to do many Middlesex games?
No, not a great deal of Middlesex games. No, I've watched a fair bit of county cricket in England, but yeah, not so much county cricket. But it's been nice to see a little bit of Middlesex. I saw the final game, or the final day of the really, that was disappointing to see. I know that Harmer bowled very and Kolpak, but you have to say, looking back at it, and the umpires have got a very difficult job to do. They only benefits of being able to see replays, of course, like you might in test matches, etc., and one-day games on the naked eye. It is hard, but there were one or two decisions that perhaps went against Middlesex, and they proved to be defining. And bowls to Compton, who pushes the ball on the offside, just opens up the face and works it down to short third man. They take a single. Sterling back onto strike.
It is a tough job, and also where you're being, because the pressure which Essex must have been putting on in terms of the pressure on the umpires, because they must have been appealing for virtually anything and everything in that last hour.
And the field's up, of course, so they're right around the umpire, which makes it all the more tougher. Right
in the face. No, it's there are times where you wouldn't want to be an official, whether it's whichever sport you're in, but particularly cricket, where they're not supposed to actually put pressure on, but inevitably they do.
Always hostile at Chelmsford, isn't it? 74 for 3 the score, as Sterling works this one away to mid-off. Just rehearses the strike once more and gives it a bit more oomph. Had he played the shot that he intended, he might well have got himself a run. As it is, Trott does the fielding.
The expectant home crowd doesn't help either, does it? I'm baying for blood. It like the old gladiatorial days in the ring.
And it's very much like that, isn't it? Yeah, when you go to Chelmsford, they really do make home advantage count. 9 minutes to midday is the score. 74 for is the time, rather. 74 for 3 is the score, and Paul Sterling is helping himself here to 4 delivery from Ricky Clark, short and wide, and it was given the treatment.
Yeah, and Sterling there just again showing his worth. That was quite right. It was not the greatest delivery from Clark, and it might have been easy to leave, but not Sterling. He was after that, and 4 more knocked off the required total. I was saying when he came to the wicket, if you get an hour or so of Paul Sterling in any form of cricket, he can make a huge difference, and when you're chasing a total, you really just want him to be around for that time.
The score moves on to 78 for 3, as this time Clark bowls on leg stump and they race through for a single. Very good. Sometimes you can look to try and play another boundary scoring shot, and you might give an opportunity. He's happy to take his boundary and then rotate the strike, get Compton back on. He's on, has raced on to 15 from 10.
Probably playing as well now as at any time in his career, Paul Sterling, with his run of form, and he got his maiden championship century as well a couple of weeks ago, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did very well against Essex with 2 halves. He is a very talented player. People look at him portly in stature and they think to themselves, well, what kind of... He's destructive in white ball cricket, but he's very effective in red ball cricket too. He's an underrated player.
Stature used to be quite... You don't see it so much now in first, but of course there's been a few over the years who've been portly in build and been terrific batsmen and cricketers. But continuing from the Birmingham end to bowl to Sterling, and Sterling drives and drives well, but it's well fielded up at mid-off by Trott, and going across and gets both hands to it, stops it. So nice shot for nothing from Sterling, but Sterling will feel that the ball is coming out the middle of this bat rather nicely this morning. It's induced a change in the field. Trott has taken out second slip Porterfield and brought him into short extra cover, and then dropping Sam Hain back onto the extra cover. Well, yeah, going right back onto the boundary in front of the Hollies stand, just protecting the offside for Sterling's drive. This one wraps him on the pads, gone LBW, and Panay has got Sterling playing across, going across to work it into the onside. He stepped across his stumps. It was a full delivery, and Neil Mallender says, yep, that's good enough for me, and Panay celebrates with arms aloft, and Warwickshire get their 4th wicket. It's 79 for 4, and Paul Sterling, who was just beginning to look dangerous, has gone for 15. LBW to George Panay.
Well, I tell you what, we've got a very good game on our hands, and well done to Jonathan Trott there, because of Paul Sterling. He was driving uppishly at times, batting out of his crease, and that's the way he tends to operate in red ball cricket, as all batters tend to do when but he decided to put that man in short on the drive, knowing that he couldn't drive uppishly, and then he slipped that delivery in, and he's on his way back to the pavilion. We've got a good game of cricket on our hands here, 79 for 4.
Yep, I think with that wicket falling, I think the advantage definitely now must move towards Warwickshire. They've got 6 wickets they need. Still 155 runs for Middlesex. This is an important wicket stand partnership coming up now. John Simpson, who over the years I've seen John Simpson score a lot of good half centuries against Warwickshire, good solid batsman, and this is the time that Middlesex really need him to dig in and produce one of those innings. Still have Nick Compton there, of course, so we'll look at it and say, well, we still have some experience, and these two batting wise would be the probably the last of the experienced ones. Young Ryan Higgins coming in has only played, this is his 3rd championship game.
Yeah, he's not played many, and certainly he found it difficult at Chelmsford on that, and it's only going to go that way if Warwickshire really get their tails up. They'll be pleased with what they've done in the first hour, picking.
Yeah, 2 big wickets there, Sterling and Milan, so and again, credit to Panay. It would have been easy there. He's been just got after him a little bit in his first 3 overs, but he's got the reward. He comes in to bowl to the new batsman. It goes past Simpson's outside edge, and Ambrose behind the stumps looks up to the sky as if to say, how did that one not clip the outside edge? But Panay now will be buoyed by that wicket. Got 3 wickets on his debut in the first innings for Lancashire, against Lancashire last week, and bowled a really nice steady line. Turns bright sunshine here today at Edgbaston again. We've been lucky with the weather as Panay comes in and bowls, and this time Simpson is back and across his wickets and fending out into the offside, where I have to say Jonathan Trott has been right on his game here. I think he's skippered. You've obviously you're only getting your first look at him, but I think he's skippered this Warwickshire side very well indeed. And your point there was a really good one. He made a change. He looked in the gate and just put a little bit of I can't do that anymore to Paul Sterling, and immediately he was rewarded. And when that happens, you have to give the skipper the benefit of that change. This one is driven by Simpson, but with no great power, and Trott does the fielding. 79 for 4.
I think you've got to be brave, haven't you, as a captain, and certainly Jonathan Trott was like that as a batter, always up for the challenge, and you've got to say the career that he's enjoyed, he deserves to lead Warwickshire. And you're right, he does talking, we can hear him chatting out there, making sure that everyone's fully focused on the task in hand.
Yep. No, he's certainly taken this job on today really well. There's going to be a slight change here from Panay. He's going to have to bowl round the wicket, so he's just changed to John Simpson, the left-hander. He comes in round the wicket to him, bowls, and Simpson up on his toes, punches up to Trott, who goes galloping across, does the fielding. End of a very good over from George Panay. 79 for 4, got the wicket of Paul Sterling. Nick Compton's on 39, and John Simpson yet to get off the mark. We say just bye to Jamie for half an hour or so, and then Clive rejoins us here. So 79 for 4. Morning, Clive.
Morning. Yeah, Warwickshire feel just about keeping their noses in front here, I think. 2 wickets this morning. Great for George Benay, and then he nearly won with his next ball. Slightly puzzles why he then went round the wicket, having beaten Simpson comprehensively over the wicket. But anyway, Clark comes in to bowl to Compton. He could be key, and Compton gets back behind that one, and there is no run. It needs Compton to stay there, and maybe at least one, depending on how big the partnerships are, one or 2 or 3 batsmen to at least get sort of 50 partnerships with him if Middlesex is to get there. But right now that trail by 154 must look quite a big number to them.
So I sensed last night that they felt that 230 was just a little bit more than they'd wanted. We were talking a bit more than that on commentary, but they obviously weren't that.
Clark balls, wraps him on the pads, but no real question of an appeal, just an anguished shout. It is a leg by. Yes, I was going to make that point that innings was folding at the end and Middlesex were taking wickets. Their celebrations were we were surprised that they were quite muted, and it did suggest that they feared that Warwickshire might already have enough, but still plenty to go. Needs a partnership to start putting some doubts in Warwickshire's minds. The pitch has tended to get a little easier as the day's gone on, the ball's got softer, so if a pair of Middlesex batsmen can hold Warwickshire up for an hour or so, that could change the complexion of the game. But right now you feel that the impetus is with the home side, and Clark is going to come round the wicket to Simpson.
Big wicket, that one of Paul Sterling.
It was, because he would have moved things pretty quickly if he'd stayed in. In comes Clark, and Simpson gets plenty of bat behind that. Slight misfield by Ricky Clark. Sees Jonathan Trott scamper across to stop it, and Jeetan Patel back on the field, and he still looks to be nursing that hand. Just hope it doesn't affect his bowling. Warwickshire will almost certainly call on him at some point before too long. Interesting decision to bring George Benay in earlier. I guess it's to keep Barker and Clark sort of alternating each other at this pavilion end, which is probably the end where most things are happening in terms of the ball misbehaving. That one's played to point for no run by Simpson. One that got Milan was another one. There have been 3 or 4 that have kept unplayably low from the pavilion end in sort of since yesterday, and Milan got one of those.
It's where the doubt gets sown in the batsman's mind, isn't it, when that happens?
2 slips and a gully, and it's Ricky Clark round the wickets, and that's pushed out to the offside to mid-off for no run by Simpson. Solidly played. He's a competent batsman as Simpson. And he will look to play solidly and try and keep us. He got 24 in the first innings, batted for quite a long time. So if he could get a partnership going with Nick Compton, it might swing things back. I'm going to do an update for BBC WM. Well, Warwickshire have got 2 of the 8 more wickets they needed today to win this match, a match they absolutely have to win. They have just conceded a 4 though, so Middlesex are 84 for 4, and George Benay has got the latest wicket, getting Paul Sterling LBW. That was an important wicket because Sterling was capable of moving things on and scoring quickly, so that was one that Warwickshire needed. Earlier, Keith Barker getting one to keep very low and have Milan LBW. Warwickshire at the moment you feel have the impetus. They need to stick at it though. Middlesex needed another 150 to win, 84 for 4. Ricky Clark showing his annoyance with himself there, getting quite angry.
George Benay going to continue at the Birmingham end, and he'll be bowling to Nick Compton, who's on 30. That was a nice shot actually while you were doing your update by Simpson away through mid-wicket. Just timed it beautifully. There was a man out there, but he'd got a run around about 15-20 yards, but he wasn't going to get close to it. Here comes Benay bowling, and Compton is back across his stumps and just playing it out to Sam Hain at extra cover. There's no run.
Elsewhere, England rallying after those 2 early wickets lost.
I was saying to Jamie, I looked at the replay, was missing leg stump and pitched outside leg, and they didn't. The one for Keaton Jennings.
I didn't review it. It's unlucky for him.
He actually asked Gary Bounce at the other end, should I review it? And he's obviously said no, it looks plumb, and they walked off.
So maybe not an umpiring career for Balance.
No.
48 for 2 England. So he's still not quite safe at the Oval.
It's Penai bowls, and Compton thinks about cutting this one, but then leaves it. And it goes through to the keeper.
They have lost another wicket, and they haven't quite avoided the follow-on yet. 447 for 8. They're still 201 runs behind, so a draw still probable. But a Somerset win is looking on the cards at the moment, and that will shake things up at the bottom if it happens. Yorkshire chasing 337 to win, are 36 for 3 at Scarborough. It's one reason why Will Rhodes won't be coming to Warwickshire this season, I suspect.
Ian Compton defends this one into the ground, and Penai fields off his own bowling.
It's 36 for 4 now, Yorkshire. As long as Yorkshire don't feel 100% safe against relegation, they ain't going to let a player go to Warwickshire this season. So they do look to be in trouble, and they're certainly not safe yet. In Division 2, Durham looking good at the moment, 82 without loss, chasing 282 to beat Derbyshire. Northants eventually all out for 568. So Kent 3 without loss, lead by 136 at Beckenham.
That's Penai bowls, and this one is punched off into the offside, and Hayne extra cover does the fielding. So that's what, 1269,
yeah, for 17 wickets, or 1272 now for 17 wickets. Actually, the ratio has improved slightly for the bowling sides, but not by very much. Leicestershire 110 for 3 on the second day at Arundel. They are applying to Sussex's 262. And interestingly, bad light is delay play at Fenners. Cambridge 155 for 3, leading Oxford by 168.
Penai comes in, bounces in and bowls, and Compton drives, but Penai can get across and stick a hand out and prevent it going.
I meant to say, when we were discussing the pink ball and all the experiment and all that in the county match, and the one thing that I meant to mention, the one thing that I absolutely loved about it is it took away the 4 most annoying words in cricket. Bad light, stop play.
Yep.
Didn't happen at any match. It wouldn't happen. The only thing that stopped play was rain. Bad light did not. And I thought that was wonderful.
But just on that one, as this one is Compton get inside. Don't think Matt Lamb picked that up off the bat at all. It's going to be a couple of runs through his mid-wicket. He sort of stopped as if to say, well, where's it gone? Perhaps lost it in the background of the Hollies stand.
He was interested for a moment, wasn't he?
Catch, I thought, yeah.
But I think it did land well short at the end.
So 2 more to Compton, 86 for 4. Yeah, the only thing is, of course, with the pink ball, you've got to have the floodlights. You can only play on the grounds with the floodlights.
Yeah. But I mean, a lot of grounds do have floodlights now. So,
which are the ones which don't now?
No, New Road doesn't. Worcester doesn't. I'm not too sure which of the ones are. There aren't that many. No.
Derby has. Leicester have.
Yeah.
Northampton,
yeah. In comes Ricky Clark to bowl to Simpson around the wicket. Simpson pushes out into the offside, going for a quick single. Good running. Going to go for every run they can get, and that was good running. Simpson on to 5, and they get another run ticked off. 87 for 4.
Just ticking these down. 140. Started needing 198 this morning, so they've reduced that down to 147.
But for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah.
Still looks a lot, doesn't it? I think until they get it down to double figures, it will look an awful long way off.
Well, I was saying to Jamie that it's a bit of a tail as well by normal comparisons with Middlesex have got today.
Clark, right arm over to bowl, and that's a lovely Yorker, which is very well kept out by Compton. It's a glorious delivery from Ricky Clark right on the spot, and Compton did well to get his feet out of the way and get his bat on the ball and keep it out.
Yeah, terrific response there, but lovely delivery from Ricky Clark.
Compton is battling well. 81 balls he's faced now for his 32, and he hasn't looked in too much trouble, in truth, but He's trying to hold things together for Middlesex, as he did indeed at Chelmsford. This one, he gets a bit of width and he takes advantage of that and crashes it through the offside. There's no one on that boundary now, so Matt Lamb gives chase. They will certainly get 3. It will be pulled in, and they don't risk a 4th run on the throat and settle for 3. Good shot from Compton. He's on to 35, 90 for 4.
Just didn't quite get that out the middle of the bat, but certainly got plenty of bat onto it. And whilst he's there, Middlesex perhaps still going along quite nicely. He's taking opportunity, everything which he can, that they're putting them away.
In comes Clark round the wicket to bowl to Simpson. Simpson solidly behind that to point. There's no run. Mark Adair on the field again, the 12th man. I saw Keith Barker trot off a while ago. Has he been back on and gone off again? Because he's certainly not on there now. So he might have been off for a while, Keith Barker. That would be a concern for Warwickshire if he's struggling. Clark turns to bowl to Simpson from the pavilion end, and Simpson drives that, and Jonathan Trott gives chase. It's a short boundary there. Trott, I think, will just about get there. He does, with a bit of help from Adair, and he keeps them down to 2. Good fielding, but decent shot from Simpson. He's on to 7, 92 for 4.
That was terrific fielding from Trott. He really was. He chased that one down, running down to that deep extra cover boundary, and threw himself at it and scooped it back. It's like a man 10 years younger.
Every run precious. Every run needs to be saved, but this is quite an expensive over. 5 runs off it so far. Last ball of it. Clark in, or he bowls a bouncer, which Simpson has nothing to do with. End of the over, 92 for 4. We've got, in theory, 80 overs left today. It's very unlikely we'll see all those, because the game will be over before then. And Middlesex need another 142 to win. Warwickshire needs 6 more wickets. And Jitan Patel is going to come in for the first time today. Absolutely adamant there was no turn at the end of the second day. Well, I asked him, is there much spin out there? Nope, none at all, is what he said. He still managed to get 3 wickets, so he'll hope he can cause some problems today. He did get Simpson out in the first innings, one of his victims.
Simpson was out for 24. So 92 for 4. England have lost a 3rd wicket, 49 for 3. Balance has gone for 20. LBW. So a bit of movement at Lords early on. England struggling a bit, having won the toss and batted. Here, Jitan Patel, who bowled 2 overs for 2 maidens last night, comes in for his first bowl of the morning. He's bowling to Nick Compton, who is running this behind square on the offside. He gets a single as the dare comes in off the deep cover point boundary, so 1 more to the total. 140 now. Middlesex trail by. Round the wicket to the left-handed Simpson comes Patel. And Simpson plays back, gets right behind it and just runs it back down the wicket, and there's no run. Trot at, he's at almost silly mid-off really. He's just changing the field. He's just moving his deep backward square leg a little bit further round. been quite meticulous with his field placings. As Patel in, this one is glanced down to the fielder he's just moved. So once again he got it spot on. Put another single onto the total for Simpson. 94 for 4 it moves to. Continuing just to edge their way towards it. 140 now the target. As Patel comes in, bowls, back goes Compton, and he opens the face of the bat, runs this one down towards the third man boundary, which he crosses the ropes, and just went back and opened the face. A quite deliberate shot to bring in 4 runs and take him on to 40. And Middlesex on to 98 for 4, and that was a nice shot from Compton. Just using his feet well, and again being able to change his technique. So just to wait while Compton gets himself back ready in position as Patel comes in and bowls, and this one sees him sweeping across the line, and a big shout from Patel for LBW, but not out, says Neil Malander. And he did a bit of a risky shot there from Compton. There's been a number of LBWs given in this game, but that one, Warwickshire, big shout, but not out. As Patel comes in again, Compton goes back and edge turns this one down to backward square leg. There's no run. End of Patel's first over. 6 runs off that over. 98 for 4. And 136 required for victory for Middlesex.
Some encouragement there for Jitan Patel. That was a false shot, that sweep shot. He's probably just outside the line, but and even the one that went for 4 had a hint of edge about it. So some encouragement for Jitan Patel. 136 needed. They are ticking them off a little bit, Middlesex, but Warwickshire still feel they got 2 wickets. They get another one before lunch.
Keith Barker's back on, by the way.
He's back on the field, yes. I think Boyd Rankin is going to come into the bowling, so it's good to see Barker back. And Boyd Rankin, who tried to buy a wicket last night unsuccessfully, went for 21 runs in 2 overs, but he did nearly induce Compton to hole out at back a square leg. So whether he'll gamble quite as much this time, we shall see. Warwickshire can't really afford to be conceding runs rapidly, but on the other hand, they still have a little bit left to be able to buy a wicket with if they could get it. So we shall see how he approaches it. He is, the slight difference is he's bowling to the left-hander, so the short offside boundary doesn't come into it for the short ball while Simpson is on strike, but it'll be interesting to see how he approaches Nick Compton if he gets to bowl at him.
Just a bit too short last night, wasn't he?
Comes in now to bowl to Simpson. He pitches that one in short and Simpson gets his bat out of his way. It's a decent delivery. What we haven't seen so far is that one lifting sharply, which has happened a few times yesterday during the Warwickshire innings. We've seen one keep very low today, which got Milan LBW. We haven't seen the sharp lift yet that has been apparent on occasion. Can Boyd Rankin find that? He comes in to bowl to Simpson, bangs it in short again. Simpson turns it round his pads for 1, and Simpson moves on to 9. That will bring Nick Compton to the crease and brings that short onside boundary into play. So there's going to be, there's going to put a man on the square leg and long leg boundaries. 2 slips and a gully. He's got a shortish mid wicket as well. Actually, he's going a bit further back. Mid on and mid off up. How does Rankin approach this? Comes into bowl to Compton. He hits him on the pads. He pitched it in short, but not too short, and it hit Compton on the thigh pad. So it was a shout of anguish. It was always going to be well over the stumps, so no realistic appeal.
He went across his stumps looking to work it on the onside, but Just got beaten by that little bit of bounce from Rankin.
Rankin in again. Balls are going down the leg side, well taken by Tim Ambrose. It remains 99 for 4. The target, remember, 234 to win for Middlesex. Warwickshire obviously needing to bowl them out. 2 wickets so far this morning. In comes Rankin. Right arm over the ball. Pitches that one up. It's driven to mid-off and it's intercepted by Jonathan Trott, so there's no run. And last ball of the over coming up.
He's certainly changed the approach from last night, where he was trying to do that bouncing. He's probably much fuller line.
Comes in now to bowl to Compton. Pitches that short. Compton pulls it and gets it away for 4. So Compton wins the battle at the end of that over. 5 runs off it. The 100 comes up in 186 balls, which means that the second 50 has come up in trying to remember what was 79 balls for the second 50. So they've lost 2 wickets in that time. Middlesex 103 for 4. They're getting towards halfway. They need another 131 to win.
It was a good over from Rankin Sport there by that short one, which Compton was onto in a flash. He's clearly waiting for that, so if there's something which is short, he's going to really try and pepper that leg side boundary. Patel will continue from the Birmingham end, and he's bowling to John Simpson, who is on 9.
Do another update in a moment. Carry on for a minute.
Patel bowls and just pushed away to extra cover, and there's no run. 103 for 4.
Actually, I don't think I should be getting this yet. I'll try and sort that out.
So round the wicket is Patel, bowls, and this is just drops the bat down and the ball runs away in front of him, and there's no run. Compton is on 44 and John Simpson's on 9. Round the wicket comes Patel. He's in and bowls, and Simpson fends this away to cover point, and there's no run. Lovely morning here in Birmingham. It's been beautiful. In fact, we've been very fortunate throughout this game. It's been played in terrific conditions. Patel bowls. Simpson uses his feet, comes down the wicket, just pushes this one back. Most of the uneven bounces come from bowling from the pavilion end. It's been pretty much okay bowling from the Birmingham end. I don't recall too many which have played up. And it doesn't, as you say, there hasn't been a great deal of spin as Simpson covers this one up, and again it's a nice solid defensive shot just from playing Jeetan Patel very comfortably at the moment. Jonathan Trott's come into that close catching position at silly mid-off and just waiting for a false shot from the left-hander. He comes back, and again just offers a defensive shot. It's the end of Patel's over. It's maiden over. He stays on 103 for 4.
Just 6 runs from Patel's 4 overs then so far, and again going through a little bit of a lull at the moment. Middlesex just trying to edge their way up towards their target. I'll be concerned that they lost the second half of the innings in the first innings. Added 81, so they need to get a few more before the 5th wicket falls if they get a repeat of that in this second innings. 131 shy at the moment So Boyd Rankin comes into bowl with 2 slips. He's bowling to Compton again. He pitches that one up. Compton pushes out to the offside. Thinks there might be a quick run to be taken there, but realises that Jonathan Trott's going to get onto the ball quickly and stays put. 103 for 4. Compton on 44. We've seen Rory Burns possibly carry the bat today for Surrey, and just about ensure they don't have to follow on. 468 for 9, or 4, in fact, they're 472 for 9 now. They need 27 more to ensure the draw. Rankin hits the pads there of Compton again, high up and probably down the leg side. In fact, he got a bit of bat on it as well, it would appear, because no signal.
Otherwise, it was a good shout for LBW.
To be fair, he wasn't really appealing, he was just shouting. Rory Burns, 212 not out, sorry, 472 for 9. Either have to avoid the follow-on, or then have to, if they don't, they have to bat out the second innings, which they should be able to do, you would think, on what's obviously been a pretty flat oval pitch. That's the latest there. Test match, England 63 for 3 now against South Africa. There is a Women's World Cup match today, West Indies against struggling New Zealand. Rankin round the wicket, and that's pushed out to the offside. They think about a run, there isn't one to be had. In the other First Division match, Yorkshire haven't lost any further wickets. They're 51 for 4, chasing 337 to beat Somerset. Second Division, Durham have now lost a wicket, 94 for 1, chasing 282 to beat Derbyshire at Chesterfield. Kent are 7 for 1 in the second innings, 140 ahead of Northants, and Leicestershire 131 for 1, halfway to Sussex's first innings total at Arundel. As that one is driven out to the offside by Simpson. There's going to be runs here. There's going to be 4 runs here. A little over pitched from Boyd Rankin. He's leaking too many runs for Warwickshire's liking. Jonathan Trott's got a bit of thinking to do here, as this partnership's beginning to develop for Middlesex. 29 added so far, 108 for 4. So they're still off from the varsity match for bad light. So Trott can't afford to let runs leak for too long. Hasn't got too many options.
Yes, it is a slight problem here with Boyd Rankin. He's taking 4 and over off him.
Comes in now to bowl, and that's a push out to the offside for a quick single by Simpson. He moves on to 14, 109 for 4. Keith Barker gives Boyd Rankin a pat on the back. Got one more ball to bowl this over, and I think Trott might have to ask Barker to have another go here.
Yeah.
Probably look to alternate Barker and Clark more or less from this pavilion end, as Rankin comes into bowl to Compton. And, oh, it's a good delivery, that one, to be fair to Rankin. That might change his mind. That one did rise a bit, and Compton played at it. There was a half an appeal for Boyd Rankin, but he had beaten the outside edge, and it's 109 for 4. Got a couple of updates coming up shortly.
That was terrific delivery though from Boyd Rankin to finish the over off. So 109 for 4. Patel will continue from the Birmingham end.
So an update for BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. Yeah, a very tense and crucial match, this one here at Edgbaston, with the sun shining. Warwickshire needs 6 more wickets. Middlesex need another 125 runs. In fact, it's just 4 less than that now, because John Simpson's come down the pitch to hit Jitan Patel over the top for 4. And a bit of a partnership developing here, which of course concern for Warwickshire. Started reasonably well for them today, with Dawid Malan falling to Keith Barker and Paul Sterling falling to George Panayi, both LBW. That left Middlesex 79 for 4, but Nick Compton battling well. He's on 45, John Simpson on 18. The occasional ball misbehaving on this pitch, but Warwickshire still will be hopeful, but feel they'll need a breakthrough fairly soon. 113 for 4 Middlesex. And Jamie's going to rejoin us very shortly as in comes Patel, and that one almost gets through. Simpson, he plays it into the ground for no run. The ball before he came down the pitch, hit over the top of Keith Barker at mid-on for 4. And G-Tom Patel, I think, has just tossed the ball to the umpire, so has he got some concerns about the ball? Oh. Anyway, he's going to carry on with it. He comes in round the wicket to bowl, and that's played down to the ground, wide of short leg by Simpson. No run. Again, vital they don't get flat in the field. They're just being held up here a little bit, and Middlesex will psychologically are closer now to getting halfway to their task. And there's a dab sweep shot there from Simpson. He executes it well, and he's going to get a couple of runs for it. He moves on to 20, 115 for 4.
Well, a big partnership between these two because they need them to bat well together. Obviously, lots depends on to get him out at this stage. They would really fancy their chances. He needs to bat and be there at the end. If he is there at the end, excellent chance of going on to register victory. Simpson looks good here.
Patel into Simpson, a quicker ball. Simpson pushes out to the onside for no run. 115 for 4.
He's a typical wicket-keeper, reads the situation very well and can score his runs, scores them relatively quickly and looks to be well in here, which is good.
Patel comes in to bowl, and Simpson turns that round his paths for a single. 7 taken off the over then by Middlesex, 116 for 4. Simpson got those runs. He's on 21, Compton on 45. And I think Boyd Rankin, with that last ball of his previous over, may have earned another over.
Yeah, looks like he is going to get another over. I just wonder...
Just going to break off, sorry Jamie, for an update on BBC WM. Warwickshire still 6 wickets away here. Middlesex are almost halfway now to their target. They're 116 for 4, needing another 118 to win. And Warwickshire have been held up by a partnership between Nick Compton, who's batted very solidly on 45, and John Simpson, who is on 21. 2 LBWs for Warwickshire earlier in the day has got them on target. Darragh Manan falling to Keith Barker to an unplayable delivery that kept low, and Paul Sterling falling to George Panay. But Warwickshire have been held up now, and Middlesex 116 for 4, need another 118 to win.
Well, it's intriguingly poised, isn't it, this? 116 is the score for the loss of 4 wickets, 118 runs to win, so almost at the halfway stage, and almost at the halfway stage in terms of wickets lost, so it's very even this. Lots resting on Nick Compton as Boyd Rankin. John Simpson, the left-handed wicketkeeper batsman, pushes it out to mid-off. Dot ball.
If you want me to come on for a few minutes, I don't know.
10 minutes. I'm just going to, Jamie, if you don't,
no problem, Clyde.
He came up for a meeting, and I've seconded him, the Warwickshire captain, to come on. So we'll just keep him. I'll talk to him for a few minutes as Boyd Rankin plays that one to square leg for a single. Is this nervous watching for you, Ian?
Very nervous. It's been a good performance. I haven't seen a lot, obviously, having a bit of work with my elbow at the start of the week. So, but it's been a very good performance this week, which is encouraging.
Are you going to win it, do you think, from here?
Yeah, I think in these positions, I mean, that's a lot of runs still to get, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I think watching, I mean, I suppose the tempo of the game has always been, batter gets in, but then it's followed by a couple of wickets, and it doesn't look the easiest to start. And speaking to the guys, they said it was very much a new ball wicket, so they had to bowl very well this morning. But Compton's a fine player, isn't he?
Boyd Rankin in bowl short, and that's pulled to mid wicket. There's 3 fielders out there now on the boundary, so it's just 1 run. Compton on to 46. How is the elbow then?
No, it's good. I've just had a net now for getting ready for the big derby tomorrow. So obviously with 6 days on the bounce, it was probably too much to ask, even though it's probably getting my job at the minute if he carries on like this. So look, it's been nice to do a bit of prep, and obviously with Grant Elliott and Colin de Granholm as well. Obviously, boys are really excited to get going now.
Yeah, we're talking to Grant and Colin a bit later. into bowl to Simpson, 2 slips and a gully. That's uppish from Simpson, but bounces short of mid-wicket. Yeah, so the T20 gets underway. Obviously not too much time to prepare for it with the championship match beforehand. Perhaps it was a competition that you felt you underachieved in last season. What are your hopes this season?
Well, yeah, I mean, our cricket hasn't been the best, has it, for a while, so we need to start well. It was funny, it was in 2 places, wasn't it, last year? I think we started incredibly well before the break. I think we were 5 out of 6 wins, and then for some reason when we came back it was just the opposite. And actually when we went to Worcester last year was sort of the start of that. Yeah, I remember Matthew Wade had a fantastic got 70 off about 40 balls, and I think we lost like 6 wickets for about 10 runs, something ridiculous, and that was the start of the end of our sort of T20 campaign, really.
Boyd Rankin in, and Simpson pushes that to a mid-on. Sun shining here. Obviously you'd love to get a championship win to take you into that.
Absolutely, momentum's important, isn't it? Obviously and there's a chunk at the end, so yeah, we want to do that. And like I said, watching the scores, I mean, it's great. Obviously Ricky Clark getting runs of the day, and Lammy getting fantastic.
Boyd Rankin comes in to bowl, and that's carved away. Also good stop by Jitan Patel, preventing any runs at all. Simpson would have thought he got a 4 there when he hit that, but a brilliant stop by Jitan Patel. A bit by surprise, so they didn't even run a single. That was
took himself by surprise, I suppose, with Jeets. Yeah. He's a fantastic bowler, but he's lost his hamstrings over the hard work he's put in through his career. But yeah, very, very good. That's what we're going to need now as well. And you know, every run's going to be important, but you know, I'd always rather have runs on the board in this situation, knowing that, you know, even if we get it down to 10, 20 runs, Jonathan Trott can push the field back, and those boundaries just become 1, and you can drag it out. You know, just got to stay patient and believe again. You know, Middlesex, I mean, like I say, they can all bat Harris, but it's quite a long tail, so they can go through them pretty quickly. Yeah,
Jitan Patel to continue, 118 for 4, with Nick Compton facing on 46. As Patel from the Birmingham end comes into bowl, a short leg and a mid-on and a slip, and that one is pushed out to the offside for no run. The 2 new lads then settling in, one's overseas and one's Colpack. How are they?
Yeah, fantastic. You know, they've been playing. We've had some T20 second team games, and they've our young players as well. You know, both of them are brilliant role models, really. You know, they're going there, they're spending time talking to Aaron Thomason, who's an all-rounder, and 2 guys there who've played in the IPL and the PSL, talking to them, helping these guys through. This is exactly why we wanted them as well, and I'm sure certainly Colin in particular, the way he batted from ball 1, so I think a lot of guys will enjoy watching him play.
Last one, Nick Compton hit off his toes, but straight to Jonathan Trott at a shortish mid-wicket position. He comes down the pitch this time and has worked that away onto the leg side. That's going to be runs for Compton. Andrew Umeed gives chase. He will just about get there. Good stop. He gets support from Panay. They get 3. Almost thought about an all-run 4. We've had one of those in this match so far. But they get 3 runs, 121 for 4. And Simpson on to 22. And 113 more runs required here at a hot Edgbaston. How's Jonathan Trott faring as captain, do you feel?
I think he's done well, hasn't he? He's enjoyed it. I mean, had a couple of texts from him in the evenings where he felt a bit tired and maybe frustrated at times. And look, he's been fantastic for us this year again, and hopefully continues for a long time, scoring the runs. And like I said, part of our jobs now as senior players is helping these young players coming through. You know, it's not just the runs, it's what you offer, and you know, helping this, you know, turn us around this situation that we're in. You know, it's tough, but that experience is valuable.
Simpson just takes another single there, 122 for 4. You got a bit sarky with me last night, did Jonathan, when I asked him about his 99. Oh yes, I was delighted to get out for 99. He said, in comes Patel, let's push out the offside, but you can compare notes on that as well, because it's happened to you this season.
It's frustrating, isn't it? Yeah, it's yeah, like I said, we've been giving everything so far. I mean, it hasn't gone our way, and it's not through lack of effort, but yeah, I mean, when you get 90 last night. He said it's better than getting naught, but it does hurt, doesn't it? Even though it's one run, it does hurt.
This one from Patel, and it's a stumping. He's gone. Nick Compton came down the pitch, and Patel's beaten him. And Tim Ambrose takes a stumping. Goodness me, Jitan Patel is almost Imran Tahir-like with his celebration there, running around the outfield celebrating. It's a big wicket for Warwickshire. Nick Compton's played splendidly, but he's got that one wrong, and he's gone for 49, and it's 122 for 5.
Yeah, that's sort of one of Jeets' real strengths. I mean, the real top off spinners there, they can beat you on both sides of the edge, and obviously Nick Compton there has played for a bit of spin, and he's just been able to again undercut the ball and slide it past his outside edge, and obviously a good bit of work from Tim Ambrose.
Well, interviewed Jitan Patel at the end of the second day and asked him if there was any turn for them out there. He said emphatically no, none at all, but then that's what bowlers always say. So Higgins now comes out, and 122 for 5, Warwickshire 5 wickets away. And, I mean, how have you managed to keep, because you say obviously the season's not gone the way you wanted in either competition so far. How difficult has it been to keep the players going, to stop them getting...
Look, we're in a very difficult situation, aren't we? It's not difficult to motivate guys to go out there and do it. I think you have to, that's part of the game as well, isn't it? I mean, it's easy when things are going your way, and you do. I mean, for me, it's like you judge players, and I have done, and everyone does it through your career. We're seeing guys now. I love watching the attitude of the guys. They look fired up. They're ready. I mean, that's a great sign that we're still together as a unit and fighting for everything. That's really important, and we're obviously again just starting to now, which we probably haven't done over a long time, is integrating a few youngsters into this, which is part of it. Seeing George Panay out there, 19 years of age, and me getting 100 against Jimmy Anderson. Some guys that are learning, and we've just got together, stay together, and get through this difficult period.
Yeah, and you got Matt Lamb, of course, at the half century coming in for you. So that is, you can't expect these players, I guess, performances every game, but at least they're producing something that suggests...
Yeah, exactly. And the Sonny Singh, who's come in and done well, got 6 for it down at Hampshire. So look, also, as senior players, and I count myself massively, you're important to take that responsibility and perform. And maybe you look back at players haven't performed as well as they probably needed to this year, and that's being absolutely honest. You can't hide away from that. But we've got to allow these young guys to learn.
Boyd Rankin into Simpson now. Just keep on for one more over as that's played onto the onside. I was hoping you'd get a wicket while you were up here. You managed it. Ashley Jar sat in this chair while your Warwickshire were batting the other day, and you lost 2 wickets within about 5 minutes. So he was a bit reticent to come back again. 122 for 5. Rankin with 2 slips and a gully and a short leg comes in to bowl to Simpson. Oh, that's a full toss, which Simpson has played away through the offside for 4. It's over pitched that one, Rankin. Good shot from Simpson, who is playing well. He's on 27. Middlesex are both teams now are sort of halfway there. Middlesex 126 for 5.
Yeah, he's a dangerous player, Simpson. He's actually done this a few times, hasn't he, for Middlesex? I think last year when they won the championship, I think he knocked off a few scores. So he's a dangerous player for them, and he's someone we really want to get out.
Rankin then will come into bowl. His pauses as Jitan Patel takes his position. Rankin into Simpson, and Simpson works all the way onto the onside for no run. 126 for 5. Remember the target, 234. 233 to tie. That would be the most bizarre tie ever, wouldn't it, with both teams, with both innings tied.
It would be. It'd be great. I mean, again, there's been many great test matches here that have gone to the wire, and as I said, you can really stretch this 100 runs now as a captain. Already you've got a deep point and a deep square leg, so hopefully those boundaries go for 1 rather than 4.
Simpson on his toes plays that into the offside for no run. 126 for 5. It's been a bit feisty out there as well. A bit of particularly when Eskenazi was out, and I think the umpire's got a bit involved. He's sort of conscious of having to try and keep things...
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to go across the line, but it's great. I mean, that's what we want to see, and sometimes we've probably been a bit passive this year, and it's great to see, and that's what we want. We've talked a lot about.
Oh, Rankin balls, and that one is Simpson plays around his pads, and it wasn't far off. Sam Hain, that square leg, he didn't really have any time to react. That flew past him for a single. 127 for 5.
Yeah, so it's good. It's good to see. Well, that's what I think everyone wants to see. So we've been in a real difficult position, but we want to see the guys going out and fighting and giving everything for Warwickshire. So that's it's, from me, what all the guys out there together and scrapping for the club.
So first home game in the T20s on Saturday, 7 o'clock, which is an interesting start time, and obviously looking for plenty of support and looking forward to what should be a thrilling competition, shouldn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, definitely. I mean, like I said, we're very lucky at this club to have the amazing support, and again, it's been a tricky start to the year, but again, I know that all the supporters will be appreciate what we get here, and we're looking forward to that now.
Boyd Rankin to bowl to Higgins. Oh, that's a good delivery, which Higgins does well to play down. Bit of sharpness from Rankin. He's beginning to get in his rhythm now after a slightly difficult start. Ian, thank you very much indeed for being with us.
Anytime. And good to get a wicket.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much indeed. Ian Bell, Warwickshire captain, missing this game because fine and ready for the T20. So first game for the T20s is at New Road tomorrow. It's a 5:30 start at New Road. This is for Warwickshire, of course, or for the Bears, I should say. Birmingham Bears, I never call them that. But don't tell anyone. And then on Saturday, 7 o'clock start against Nottinghamshire. All the matches will be live on both BBC WM and BBC Coventry Watch. They'll be online, of course, but they'll be on the wireless as well if you want to listen that way on both BBC WM and BBC Coventry Watch. Jamie Reed's back again.
Well, I tell you what, he's done the business there, hasn't he? The club captain. He's got the prize at Compton, and I tell you what, Clive, advantage Warwickshire at this stage. For 5, 106 to 107 to win, but it looks a long road from here on in with Simpson, an all-rounder at the crease. Let's hope that they can do the business as Patel continues from the City end or the Birmingham end and just pushes it in to the batsman Simpson. Another dot ball ensues, 127 for 5. Simpson has 28. William Bourne is the new man to the crease and yet to get off the mark. 1 for 17 from 6.2 for Patel, who bowls a full in defence, pushing back down the track. Another dot ball, edging towards lunch, and they're going to be very, very so far, Warwickshire.
They will. It's only Higgins' third first-class match, this one.
Yeah, he's a young man, a man making his way in the game, but he found it rather tough in the second to play in a hotbed environment like Chelmsford in the Championship, and 1 or 2 decisions went against the Middlesex bat. After seeing video evidence, that would certainly concur, but it's not easy for the umpires. We've mentioned if it continues in this vein, Warwickshire will continue to pile on the pressure, both in terms of the 2 officials and indeed those Middlesex batters out. Covers up, pushes out into the onside, another dot ball. He's bowling well here, Patel, 1 for 17.
Yeah, I mean, with the ball, Higgins, he did a decent job. He looks like a one-day bowler, the way he comes in, the way he bowls, but actually he did a pretty decent job with the ball in this match, did Higgins.
Yep, he's a young man with a bright future ahead of him, and that's why Middlesex are giving him the opportunity. Another dot ball, bowling on leg stump and just covering up. It was going down, sliding. Dot ball as it wraps the pads. 127 for 5. 38 overs complete.
Latest elsewhere test match, England 75 for 3 now against South Africa. It's a one-day international going on with Sri Lanka heading for a big victory against Zimbabwe. They need 26 more runs. They're chasing 311 to win, but they're going to get them. They're 285 for 2 after 44. The women's one-day international, West Indies just about hanging on, 114 for 7 after 35 overs at Taunton against New Zealand. Surrey are having to follow on, so they haven't quite saved their game at the Oval yet. Following on 165 behind after being all out for 483. They're 1 without loss in the second innings. I'll let you carry on for another over, Jamie.
Boyd Rankin pavilion end and bowls a short delivery which is dispatched. A very nice shot that from Higgins. It's going to get him off the mark, just rocking onto the back foot, working it behind square on the leg side. For his troubles. Rankin bowled well last over there, Clive. Too short on this occasion.
Yeah, he's maybe again trying to buy the wicket a little bit. There are 2 men out there, maybe hoping that Higgins will miss Q1. Somerset have taken another Yorkshire wicket, so Somerset are on their way at the moment, it would seem, to victory. Yorkshire 70 for 5 after being set 337 to win at Scarborough.
Somerset looking for their first championship win of the season. Warwickshire doing likewise as Rankin bowls to Higgins, who this time just works it backward off square and another single ensues. But I tell you what, under the helmet there, Hayne, he was half thinking right.
Yeah, second division, quite a game at Chesterfield. Durham 119 for 2. Need another 163 to beat Derbyshire. I think had their first win for something like 700 and something days in their last game. Could get another one at Chesterfield. Kent 26 for 1 at Beckenham. Call that a draw, I think. And Leicestershire 149 for 4 on the second day at Arundel, replying to Sussex's 2-6-2. They're back on in the varsity match. Cambridge 156 for 3, Leeds 169.
Simpson back on strike, has 28 and gets a bumper here. He's really mixing it up, bowling some short deliveries and bowling some much fuller length deliveries, just so it keeps the batsman guessing. 132 for 5. He will be the quickest of the Warwickshire bowlers, Clive.
Yes, so he's certainly got the one with the most bounce, and I think he's looking for that one that misbehaves slightly. There have been a few. It hasn't quite happened for him so far.
Middlesex 101 behind as we see another delivery on off stump, a decent length back of from Boyd Rankin, 132 for 5. Simpson has 28. Higgins 5 not out at the other end.
Just to say, Rory Burns carried his bat for Surrey at 219 not out, and now he's batting again in the second innings. Quite an effort from him.
Very good effort from Rory Burns. 132 for 5. Here's Rankin continuing and bowling on leg stump to Simpson, who just shovels it off his hips out to Keith Barker, who does wicket, dot ball, and we've got one ball to go in the over.
Yeah, Rankin, he did get one delivery to Nick Compton before Compton was dismissed by Patel, which lifted a bit and caused him problems.
Here is Rankin once more, coming in, charging to batsman Simpson, who just moves away inside the line and lets it run comfortably through to wicketkeeper Tim Ambrose. That's a dot, that's the end of the over, 132 for 5.
So, they haven't quite got down to double figures yet. Middlesex, they're not far off it. 102 required to win. 5 more wickets needed by Warwickshire. They got 3 this morning. Of course, they'd love to have rattled through Middlesex quickly, but I think they'll feel that just about on target at the moment with the 3 wickets this morning. But this match still in the balance. And Jitan Patel's, well, we've got another just under 10 minutes till lunch. Looks like Ricky Clark might be preparing maybe to bowl the last over from the pavilion end before lunch. Jitan Patel comes in to bowl to Higgins, and Higgins plays that back to Patel. There's no run. Patel 1 for 17. As long as Middlesex don't get after him at any point, I would imagine Jitan Patel will bowl through now in this innings and try and just winkle out wickets. He's got 4 in the match so far. Comes in now to bowl to Higgins. Higgins 4 defensive. Out to the offside for no run. And Patel back to his mark. Short leg, shortish mid-wicket, a slip. In comes Jitan Patel to Higgins, who moves his feet about and plays it onto the onside for no run.
Yes, a very attacking field. He's got himself in the skipper, that is Jonathan Trott, on the drive on the left. He's happy to play the ball that particular way as it turns into him.
This one, he comes down the pitch there. Higgins hits that in the air on the leg side, just past short leg. I don't think Patel will be too sorry to see Higgins come down the pitch to him. He's already managed to get one past Nick Compton and have him stumped. A sharp piece of work from Tim Ambrose on that occasion. He's just sending his backward point back to the boundary here. His long leg back to the boundary. 2 balls of the over to go. He comes into bowl, and Higgins is watchful of that one, just pushing it out into the onside. Last ball of the over, and then we might get 2. Patel might get 1 more in before lunch. I think Ricky Clark is going to bowl the last over from the pavilion end. And in comes Patel. Oh, and that's a slash. He's going to get 4, Higgins, but a slightly dangerous shot playing back to that. Just got it wide of slip, but it's 4 precious runs. And Higgins moves on to 9, 136 for 5. They've got it down to double figures now. Middlesex need 98 more to win.
Yep, the deficit moves under the 100 mark, and psychologically that makes it that little bit easier for voluntary stroke there. He rehearses it. Higgins looks much better second time around. That wasn't the kind of stroke that you want like this. Simpson with 28, Higgins on 9, and these two really have got to get the vast majority of the runs, you would think. Obviously, Toby, national side, I know he's not playing at Lords, but he will be missed in the lower order.
Yeah. England have lost a 4th wicket now against South Africa. Not going to plan for England at all at Lords. They are 76 for 4 now. Joe Root is still there. He's on 31, but Johnny Bairstow's gone for 10.
And here is Ricky Clark at the end of his mark. A long run-up as he comes charging in, bowling to the left-handed John Simpson, who lets this run through to the wicket-keeper. Just moves away, goes back into his zone. John Simpson, he'll be doing it in 10s, I'm pretty sure, looking to try and compartmentalise this knock and break it down into very, very small numbers. 136 for 5.
Well, they have scored 100 runs in the session, Middlesex, so they made good progress. They've lost 3 wickets, but they've scored 100.
It's those 3 wickets that really dent it, especially when you look at the dismissal of Compton. That a big, big wicket, as again Clark comes charging. Carries through to the wicket-keeper, another dot. Certainly Warwickshire session this for me, even with the addition of those runs.
Yeah, well, I think they'll be reasonably happy, but yeah, I think getting those key batsmen out, they'll feel they're maybe 1 or 2 more away now from really being able to rattle through.
Clark comes charging in once more, past the umpire Graham Lloyd, and bowls to Simpson, who's perfect in defence, just getting forward and pushing the ball out to Jonathan Trott at mid-off, another dot.
Interesting, Ian Bell saying there that Jonathan Trott is doing it, putting quite a few men on the boundary, 3 men on the boundary, just to make that runs required tick over slowly, scoring in singles, and it gives Warwickshire a bit more time to try and get these last 5 wickets.
Approaching lunch on this final day, Clark's on his way once more and bowling on leg stump to Simpson. Dot ball again.
Yeah, decent delivery from Clark.
Bit of swing, Clive.
Yeah. I think the scoreboard's saying he's got 2 balls left, so probably we will get 1 more over before lunch. And Warwickshire's over it. It's suddenly gone down to -1, so they'll have to be slightly watchful of that. But I think Patel's going to bowl a lot, so they should get rid of that fairly quickly.
Yeah, nothing to worry about with the spinner on at one end. Here is Clark continuing and bowling the perfect line. Decent length, outside off stump, and again Simpson plays inside it, happy to let it run through to the wicket-keeper, and just 1 ball to see out from this end before we probably see that final over.
Yeah, well, I should love 1 more before lunch. That would really make them feel they're on their way. But so Middlesex scoring at a good rate, so that's kept them in the game.
Clark again getting ready to complete this over and bowling a carbon copy of the previous delivery as well. Through it goes to the wicket-keeper, and that's a dot.
So the end of that over, 136 for 5. 98 more runs required by Middlesex to get a win that would put them 47 points ahead of Warwickshire. Not necessarily 47 points clear of trouble though, because Somerset appear to be on their way to victory at the moment. Whoever wins this game would still gain 1 point on Somerset if Somerset win. So Warwickshire would still be bottom in those circumstances. Even if they win this game, but only by 1 point. But Chetan Patel comes in to bowl to Higgins with a slip, a short leg, a shortish mid-wicket. Higgins forward, played a slightly rash-looking shot at the end of the last over, but that time it's a very defensive, watchful shot. 5 more balls to see off to lunch. It's 100 for 3 in this session.
And Middlesex will be playing for lunch now.
Patel into bowl to Higgins, who plays back to that into the ground. Sam Hain fields. Patel he's not got a Bunsen burner to work with there, so he's having to use all his experience, 37 years of age now, to try and take advantage of what he can get out of there and find ways to prize the batsman out. He's changing his field and putting an extra man. Where's he going to put this? This is going to be a second slip. And Higgins did play a shot through that area in the last over, so he's put a second slip in place. Just 2 men now protecting the offside, though. So if Higgins could get one away, there could be runs there. And he plays a 4 defensive there. There's no run.
Yeah, I think he'll just be looking to cover up before lunch now. Get into lunch, have a chat. Middlesex dressing room and in the luncheon room, and then look to go again in the middle session.
In he comes again, Patel to bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside for no run. And 2 more balls to go to lunch. And in comes Patel to bowl, and we just dabbed his bat on that one. Higgins got a little bit tangled up for a moment there, but he managed to get his bat safely onto ball. Last ball of the session. Sean Simpson comes down the pitch and offers Higgins some advice, and Patel into bowl to Higgins, who cuts up that one, slashes away. He's going to get 4 runs for it. And, well, it's a good session in terms of runs scored for Middlesex. They've scored 104 runs there. They need another 94 to win. Warwickshire have taken 3 wickets. They need another 5. This game's still very much in the balance. 140 for 5 now. Middlesex going into lunch with Higgins on 13 and Simpson on 28.
Well, I'm sure if we saw Wasp, Clive, we would see that Warwickshire hold the slight advantage, and I say that because they picked up the key wicket of Nick Compton. Middlesex psychologically would have felt with him at the crease they had every opportunity, and a good opportunity, to victory in this fixture. As it is, they only need 93 further runs. They've only got 5 wickets in which to make those runs, and lots depends on this partnership. Higgins has looked to try and score where possible, and Simpson is in now, and he needs to try and take full advantage, and he needs to almost follow the path that was being set by Compton.
Okay, well, I'm going to do a quick update on BBC WM, and we will see you in about 40 minutes time with Middlesex 140 for 5. Thanks to Jamie Reid for the time being. As the umpires trudge off. We got a fascinating match. Should be won or lost, I would think, in the next session. And it's going to be a fascinating one. It remains a very tense match, this. Warwickshire 5 wickets away from victory, with Middlesex 140 for 5. They took 3 wickets in the morning session, which has kept them on course, but what they did fail to do was stem the flow of runs, and Middlesex scored 104 in that session. They need another 94 runs to win. The most recent wicket, a crucial one though, Jitan Patel getting one past Nick Compton as Compton came down the pitch and he was stumped for 49, the third batsman in this match to be out for 49. Warwickshire will still feel on course to winning this game, but Middlesex are making a fight of it, and at lunch Middlesex are 140 for 5.
Don't talk
Welcome back to Edgerton for what could well be, probably will be the final session of this match. Either way, whichever side wins this game, you'd think it's probably going to be before tea, but we shall see. Middlesex need another 94 runs to win. Warwickshire need 5 more wickets, and Warwickshire have been pleased with the morning session in as far as they took 3 wickets and they kept on course. What will worry them and what will encourage Middlesex is that Middlesex scored 104 runs in that session, so they've scored well, and that's keeping them very much in this, and the tie is still possible. Draw is the one result that isn't going to happen unless we get some rain. There is some suggestion there might be some rain later today, but unlikely to arrive before this match has reached its natural conclusion. We're going to see Keith Barker bowling from the pavilion end. You'll hope maybe to hit that spot where the ball's keeping low and make a breakthrough. Warwickshire need a breakthrough. Stand of 18 so far between Higgins and Simpson. Middlesex will be aware that maybe they haven't got a huge amount of batting left. Jack Harris offered some resistance in the first innings, but there wasn't much else after that. So these two will want to get them as close as they can. Who is your money on? I think it's about 50-50 now, this, as it has been throughout much of the match from day one. 2 slips in the gully. Got a mid-on, mid-off cover, and just the one man on the boundary for Barker. Warwickshire can't afford to leak runs, but Jonathan Drops backing Barker to be accurate, so he just got a sweeper on the offside. He's coming in to bowl to Simpson, and Simpson defends that. A good accurate delivery. Barker remembers his old footballing skills and flicks the ball with the side of his foot to Boyd Rankin at mid-on. 140 for 5. Whoever wins this game will take 22 points away from this match, and if Middlesex win it, they'll be 47 points clear of Warwickshire, who'll still be bottom of the table. If Warwickshire win it, the gap will be just 15. So it's the proverbial 32-pointer. As in comes Barker, and that's played into the ground by Simpson. And fielded by William Porterfield, there's no run. Somerset at the moment appear to have a very good chance of winning their game. Somerset has started second from bottom, 2 points out of Warwickshire. If both Warwickshire and Somerset win, Somerset will be 1 point ahead of Warwickshire. They have Yorkshire at 82 for 5. The other lunchtime scores: England had a difficult morning, 82 for 4 against South Africa. Sri Lanka beat Zimbabwe, chasing 311 to win the one-day international, which they did with nearly 3 overs to spare. This one from Barker is played to mid-wicket for no run. West Indies women managed to get to 150 before they were bowled out at Taunton by New Zealand. Surrey looked to be pretty safe. Following on, they're 11 without loss, 154 behind Hampshire. And in the second division, Durham 145 for 2, chasing 282 to win. Kent 40 for 1 in a match that's certain to be a draw at Beckenham. 157 for 4 on the second day at Arundel, 105 behind Sussex. Cambridge University 181 for 3 lead Oxford by 194 at Fenners, and what's the penultimate day of that game. Barker comes in to bowl. That's left outside off stump by Simpson, who is on 28. There's not too many people on the ground now, but I think quite a few members here. The members' dining room was quite busy, so a lot of members have turned up for this. Warwickshire desperate for a win in the Championship. Their chances of staying in the First Division will look pretty remote if they lose this. You can't quite write them off yet, but it would need a pretty extraordinary finish to the season, whereas a win just gives them a chance. Probably no more than that, but certainly would give them a chance. Barker into Simpson, and Simpson works that away onto the leg side. He's going to get certainly 1, should get 2 here. A slight hesitation from Higgins, but not from Simpson, who's running to the danger end as Matt Lamb fields. Simpson gets 2 more runs, 2 more ticked off by Middlesex, 142 for 5. Simpson is doing a really good job for his side. Last ball of the 11th over. 92 more runs required by Middlesex to win this match. Wouldn't make them safe by any means, but it would be a big step towards it. It'll be their second win of the season. Barker over the wicket, bowls, and that's solidly defended again by Simpson. Not a bad over from Barker, but Middlesex got 2 more runs off it. They're 142 for 5. Ricky Clark's going to bowl from the Birmingham end. By the looks of things, replacing Jitan Patel. Won't be long before we see Patel back, but Jonathan Trott just wanting to give his 2 main strike bowlers a little run out after lunch to see if he can make the breakthrough. Just be exaggeration to say it's slipping away from Warwickshire now, but they'll just be again a little bit anxious as another mini partnership develops. They need wickets in clusters. They'll still believe they can get them, but every over that goes by, every run that's added will make Warwickshire that bit more anxious. Jamie Reid rejoining us. You can describe this over, Jamie.
Well, here is Ricky Clark continuing from the Birmingham end and on his way running up past the and bowling to Higgins, who doesn't really come forward but just gets in behind, pushes it out to the offside dot ball.
These two producing a good partnership for Middlesex, but they'll know that if a wicket falls, that puts pressure on the players to come, so they want to get as close as possible.
Yeah, I think you really need to be out there a while to fully get in. 100 and again on his way. And bowling to Higgins, who pushes this to mid-on this occasion. Another dot ball ensues. Higgins has 13. Simpson 30 not out at the other end. This partnership worth 20, so Higgins has got the lion's share of them. He's looked to try and play his shots. That's the way he does play. And his third first-class match, 13 from 17 from the young Zimbabwean-born all-rounder. Clark's on his way once more, the former Surrey man, and bowling to Higgins, who cuts elegantly, but we see some fine fielding at points.
Sam Hay making a really good one-handed stop there and preventing 4 runs, and that's crucial for Warwickshire. Just dived to his right, might have banged his knee slightly, but he's now going back to the boundary.
Well, Jitan Patel is one of the more experienced cricketers in the Warwickshire ranks, and he was straight over to congratulate him on that, and as it is, shot sends him out to the boundary's edge. Can score his runs both sides of the wicket, Higgins. Clark again bowls to him, just rocks forward onto the front foot, pushes it up to mid-off. No thought of a single. Jonathan Trott, as ever, is right on it in that position. Another dot.
Yeah, Warwickshire do have to stop the runs being scored. As I say this morning, that's the one thing they didn't manage to do. Too many runs scored in that morning session from Warwickshire's point of view. Even though they got, at the start of the session, they would have probably settled for 3 wickets, but they would have hoped to have kept Middlesex down to something like 70 rather than over 100.
142 for 5 is the score. Higgins facing up to Ricky Clark. This one just keeping low. He manages to squirt it out to a backward square leg, and they. But I tell you what, we are seeing signs of uneven bounce, a 2-paced pitch, and you do see that on the final matches. You've got to make sure you're ever watchful.
Well, that's a good delivery from Clark, nipping back, getting the inside edge. Bowled without too much luck in the first innings, Clark. Beat the bat a number of times. He'll come round the wicket now to the left-handed Simpson.
Yeah, slightly different angle offered. Just the one slip for Simpson, who is the more experienced of these two, and he's obviously been out there for longer. Moved on to 30. Very short the man at point as we see Simpson push back up the track from this delivery from Ricky Clark. It's going to be another dot. Keith Barker carries out the of the over. 143 for 5.
91 more required then by Middlesex. Good tight over there from Warwickshire. They conceded 3 runs on the first 2 overs this morning. And that's better. Barker and Clark, their main strike bowlers. They can't bowl all session though, so at some point Jonathan Trott's going to have to call on his other bowlers. Boyd Rankin has been very expensive. George Pennine, of course, very inexperienced, did get the 1 wicket in the first session. Jitan Patel, I'm sure, will come in first when these two have had enough. He'll probably replace Ricky Clark after a few overs from the Birmingham end, but at some point Trott will have to ask one of his bowlers to do the job from the pavilion end. And once Barker's finished, Barker does bowl long spells, but he can't bowl forever. He comes in now to bowl with 2 slips and a gully to Higgins, and Higgins drives it out into the offside. There'll be runs here. Matt Lamb's giving chase, but I don't think he's going to get there. That ball is going to go all the way, is it? No, it slows up quite spectacularly, and Lamb is able to pull it in, but it is 3 runs to Simpson, who moves on to 30, and the score to 146 for 5, 88 more runs required.
Just a couple there. Higgins was the man, I think, who played that shot.
Yes, sorry, it was a 3, but it's a 3
Yeah.
for Higgins. Yes, sorry, my mistake. So Higgins on to 17, and it's 146 for 5. But Warwickshire not able to afford to leak runs. Beginning to get a bit anxious again here, Warwickshire. Barker into bowl, and that's played into the ground, back to Barker. Anxious just when they got the wicket of Nick Compton in the nick of time this morning, but they'll be getting anxious again here, Warwickshire. Wondering where the next wicket's going to come from.
Well, people talk about this being a game for the purists, the 4-day red ball cricket, but you've got to say, when you get matchups like this, everybody can learn from watching cricket like this. It's going to go to the wire, both sides well and truly.
Somerset have got another wicket. They're 4 wickets away from victory now. Yorkshire 91 for 6. In comes Barker to bowl to Simpson, and Simpson defends that, and it's fielded by Jitan Patel. Warwickshire got to keep at it, even if Middlesex are sort of 40 runs shy. If they then lose a wicket and another one follows after that, then they'll be anxious again. So Warwickshire need to remain patient, knowing that they can put pressure on Middlesex, even with just a few more runs to get. Barker in again to Simpson, who's played very solidly so far. And Barker bowls to him. He drives that, and a good stop from Boyd Rankin, who has got a long way to go down. But he got down quickly enough to make the stop and prevent 4 runs.
Well, it's moments like that that can change matches, because runs move Simpson on to 34, but Boyd Rankin did very well there. Clive helping out the bowler Barker and his teammates.
2 good stops from Warwickshire since lunch. So yes, it's still very much on this. Barker bowls, a shorter delivery. It's worked out into the offside. Jitan Patel quickly across to prevent any run. Simpson was just looking for the single to the sweeper, but couldn't get it past the inner field.
Tall, powerful man, isn't he, Barker? You can see that he's got plenty of upper body strength and fully utilises that. Has to work hard when he gets to the crease. His extra power into those deliveries that he bowls.
He's going to go left arm over for the last ball of the over to Simpson, and Simpson defends out into the off. 3 in that over from Higgins, who's on 17, and Middlesex 146 for 5, need another 88 to win.
Well, these two came together with the score on 120. Priceless runs. Higgins has scored 17, and I think that tends to be the tale of the tape in a close one like this. The aggressor is the new man, and the man who's in, the man who's one who's going to look to try and bat time. And Simpson is a naturally attacking batsman, as is Higgins. They won't want to go back into their shells, but they can't afford to take chances with just 5 wickets. These two, the best 2 bowlers from a Warwickshire perspective, or pace bowlers I should say. Jeeton very dangerous, the spinner. 146 for 5. Here is Clark running past umpire. Bowling to Higgins, who doesn't come forward again. Just pushes it onto the offside, and Clark comes and does the fielding himself, walks straight back to his mark. Military-like. He's up for this, Clive.
Yeah. Drew Mee just going to dry his hands on the pitch there. Might be a little bit close and sweaty out there. Umi, the solitary slip. There's a gully as well. I want you to know that any chances come their way, they absolutely have to take them.
It's 88 to win. And here is Ricky Clark bowling outside off stump, a bit of width. And it's going to carry to the boundary's edge. 4 further runs to Higgins. He was cutting a and he moves his score on to 21 and brings up the 150.
Yeah, not a great ball. Nothing wrong with pitching it that short, but too much width. If he got it into the body, then Higgins might have gone for the shot and made a mistake, but he gave the batsman too much room there, Clark, and the 150 comes up.
Yeah, he's good cutting outside off stump, Higgins. That's where he does score runs. 150 for 5 is the score. A much quicker delivery from Ricky Clark. You can see he really bent his back on this delivery, squirted out on the onside backwards of square, and a single is picked up. Higgins and brings the left-handed Simpson back on.
150 came off 272 balls, which means the third 50 came off 86. It slowed down slightly. The second 50 came off 79, but still a pretty decent scoring rate from Middlesex, and that will be a concern to Warwickshire. Middlesex are progressing a little bit too quickly in terms of run scoring towards their target.
Well, it's a very good game of cricket, this. You'd like there to be more spectators in watching it, if truth be told. 5-2 in the afternoon. 151 for 5 as Clark bowls to Simpson, who covers up, pushes back down the track, another dot.
Yeah, it's a little deceptive from here. Certainly the public areas are fairly sparsely populated. The dining room is pretty busy at lunchtimes, and we can't really see the members from our vantage point, so I think there are quite a lot of members here absorbed in this.
It is a huge playing arena, of course, with it being a test match ground, and sometimes you do lose sight of that. Middlesex, of course, know all about that. Lords, their home ground, being occupied by England at present, batting against South Africa. 151 for 5 as we see Higgins cover up, or Simpson cover up, I should, as he managed to just drop the bat on that delivery. He then didn't want the ball rolling towards his stumps. He was eager to stop that from happening. In the end, it didn't.
Yeah, almost squeezed that one through, Ricky Clark. What should need is breakthrough to lift them and get them believing again. I heard someone say, sounds like it might have been Ashley Giles, might not, it might have been somebody else, but I heard someone say, keep the faith, lads, as they came out after lunch.
Wise words. They're still well and truly in this. Both sides are, as Ricky Clark comes in and bowls to Simpson once more. That is going to be the end of the over as he just pushes forward. A dot ball, 151 for 5. We've got 63 overs remaining, a minimum of. You can't see that we're going to go right down to 82, but strange things happen in cricket if wickets are to fall, and this game really is well and truly in the balance.
Not so at Scarborough, though, where Somerset have got a 7th wicket. So Yorkshire 92 for 7. Somerset are set to beat Yorkshire, which makes this game all the more important for both these two teams. Keith Barker then is to continue, and he's bowling round the wicket to Higgins. And the first delivery strained down the leg side. Higgins opts not to go for it, and it's taken by Tim Ambrose. 151 for 5 remains the score. 234 the target. Both these teams made 334 in the first innings. Warwickshire all out for 233 in the second. Barker turns to bowl. The sun comes out, and that's squirted away, but only as far as point. Higgins, I think, for a moment thought he got that through, but it's cut off by Matt Lamb, so there's no run.
Jonathan Trotch just made a signal to the dressing room, and I think he was calling for the helmet, so you would think the spinner's coming on.
Yeah, Jitan Patel's getting ready. He's preparing. I think he'll probably come on now, and then Ricky Clark might have another little burst when Keith Barker's done from the pavilion end. Barker in to bowl. To Higgins, who edges that, and it's just wide. It's a very good stop, actually. It's second slip. It bounced in front of Ricky Clark, who stretched to his right and stopped it one-handed. It was an edge, but edge down.
Yeah, he played that rather nicely with soft hands. No thought that the slip could grab hold of that, but Ricky Clark did the next best thing, diving away. Half parried it and did very well to save that, running away to the boundary's edge.
Barker with 2 wickets in the innings so far. In to bowl to Higgins, who drives out, finds a gap on the offside. This will be runs, and it'll be 4. Matt Lamb is giving chase. Again, the ball does hold up, so it ends up being, in fact, just, was it 2 or 3 there in the end? That was, 3 runs scored by Higgins, who moves on to 25, 154 for 5.
Well, interesting, Clive. You're not getting full value for your shots. It is a massive play running away to the boundary's edge, unless if you really give it a crunch. So you've got to try and run those, or run very quickly between the wickets to get as many as you can.
Just had 1 all-run 4 in this match. I mean, a couple of other opportunities for it. Barker bowls, and that's a good delivery, well played by Simpson. Plays that to mid-off. And it remains 154 for 5. Simpson and Higgins are just pushing their way towards Middlesex's target. Looking for a second win of the season. The county champions, of course, will be aware that 3 county champions have been relegated the following season. Barker into bowl to Simpson. Short, Simpson hits it into the ground, but it's picked up by Jitan Patel. Didn't quite get hold of it there, Simpson. Out come the helmet, so Jitan Patel will keep the ball. I guess he's going to be bowling from the Birmingham end.
Interesting that a couple of lids are coming out, so whether the keeper will wear one standing up.
Yorkshire 96 for 8 now, so Somerset are making very short work of that at Scarborough.
Yeah, Ambrose does put one of those helmets on, and the other man will be in short on the at bat pad. 154 for 5 the score, and these two have just got to continue to not offer opportunities and score where they can. They need to score the lion's share of the runs or get Middlesex to within touching distance of this victory target, you feel. 79 would level things up, so it's 80 further runs to win. 154 for 5 is the score. And Jitan Patel trying to get as many revs as he can on the ball. He'll want it to continue to turn. When he spoke to Clive earlier in the piece, he said that he wasn't really getting too much assistance off the pitch. He's trying to dry his... There's perspiration there, sweating somewhat. It's a nice pleasant day here in Birmingham. The first ball is a dot. And he's going to bowl to Higgins, the right-hander, once more. On 25. Got a good clip, 25 off 29. And here is Jitan Patel coming in off that short run and bowling. It's another dot delivery. He'll just want to have another look at the bowler after lunch. The score remains on 154 for 5. 5 wickets for Warwickshire, 80 runs to win for Middlesex. Pushing out on the onside to mid-on is Higgins.
A win for Middlesex will put them 30 points clear of relegation, assuming that Somerset win, which I think they will. And they'll close the gap in a couple of teams above them as well.
Yep, they'll drag 1 or 2 other sides in, and Middlesex, of course, a proud county.
They'll be just a few points behind Surrey, who are going to... and they'll be up to within 16 points of Yorkshire with a game in hand.
Well, there's plenty of twists and turns to come between now and the end of the season. There's always one side who you feel will be safe. Could it be Yorkshire who could get dragged into it? Who knows? Relatively young side, certainly their top order.
Just going to do an update on BBC WM. Well, Warwickshire getting pretty anxious to get another wicket here. They're still 5 away from victory, and Middlesex are closing in on their target. They are now 80 runs shy of it at 154 for 5. Problem for Warwickshire this morning, they did get 3 wickets, which was a decent effort, but they conceded too many runs. Middlesex scoring 104 runs in that session. Higgins on 25, Simpson on 30. Warwickshire will still feel that Middlesex's lower order is vulnerable, so they'll feel they're still very much in this game. But at the moment, they're being held up, and Middlesex are eking their way towards their target. 154 for 5, Middlesex. They need 80 more to win. So yes, that's Middlesex win. As I say, they will stay third from bottom. They'll just be a handful of points behind Surrey, 16 behind Yorkshire with a game in hand, 19 behind Hampshire with a game in hand, and it'll be 25 behind Lancashire, having played the same number of games, but a bit of a gap to Essex at the top, so Middlesex can still go either way. On the other hand, a win for Warwickshire would leave them still bottom, but it would mean Middlesex 14 will be only 14 points away from the relegation zone ahead of Somerset. As Barker plays that one through mid-wicket, and that's going to, so Barker bowling rather, it's hit through mid-wicket, that's going to be, it's going to stop, just actually stops in front of the boundary rope, and they are going to get through, was that the proverbial all-run 4, so the second all-run 4 of the match, and it's 158 for 5, the runs keep coming. So Jamie Reid with us, I'm going to hand over to Phil Britt for a bit. I'll see you in half an hour, if the game's still on.
2 straight, wasn't he there, Keith Barker, and he was just picked off by Simpson, the left-hander. 4 further runs to him. He moves on to 34. Higgins has 20. And these two have put on a very useful partnership, coming together with the score on 120. They've pushed it on to 158 for 5. Here is Barker continuing and bowling to the left-handed track. Elegant footwork from Keith Barker, who knows all about using his feet. Very talented sportsman, isn't he, Barker?
He is. He's one of those guys who has earned a living at some stages at 2 sports. I don't think his football lasted too long, mind you, but I think he decided cricket was going to be his forte.
And you can see why. He's a very talented, strapping fast bowler. Left armour, of course, so offers variety. As he bowls to Simpson on off stump. Simpson pushes down the track, the Middlesex wicket-keeper batsman. And it is a dot. BBC WS here at Edgbaston, bringing you commentary of this fixture. 6 minutes past 2 on this Thursday afternoon, and this game very intriguingly poised. 150. Here is Barker continuing. Left arm over the wicket and bowling to Simpson, who shuffles across his stumps, works this one out, squirts it onto the leg side and takes a single. He moves on to 35 and brings Higgins back onto strike.
Higgins, who didn't look really much with the bat at all in the first innings, but he's doing a pretty good job here and scoring quite quickly. His 25 have come off just 34 balls, so again, it's been useful runs, but it's the speed at which they've got them. Clive was saying about the morning session how quickly, in these circumstances, Middlesex scored. 104 in the session's pretty good going.
Higgins has got 25 of the 37 runs that have been scored. This delivery out the back of the hand from Barker, much slower and picked by Higgins. It's a dot. He's mixed his pace up well, Barker.
Yes, he has. He's one of these bowlers who he's vastly underrated, but he's a genuine. He's a good county cricketer. He gets wickets, he gets runs, and he does every game. You get the best out of him.
Barker on his way and bowling on leg stump, and it's been picked up. It might just go to the bench. Time fielding, well, it was a valiant effort, but it is going to be 4 further runs, just straying in line, I should say, and a nice stroke that for 4 from Higgins.
Yeah, it was a full toss down the leg side and probably got exactly what it deserved in the end, and he picked it up well. Higgins, a little bit of a gimme, that one. It was a sprawling effort down at long leg, running round. But unfortunately, from Warwickshire's point of view, it didn't pull the ball back in. I think it was got a hand to it and then pushed it into the ropes. Jonathan Trott just has a little bit of a problem at the moment. That was George Panaya down there at who wasn't able to stop the ball cleanly. Patel will continue from the Birmingham end with just 71 needed now by Middlesex as he's in, and Simpson right behind that one. He's doing absolutely the job that David Mallon wanted him to do here. He's 35 not out. This is a very useful partnership building up again. He's been very much the second string in this partnership, but he's still there as Patel is into him, and he just strokes this up too long on for a single. Barker does the fielding, 164 for 5, so it's just edging down. 70 needed now to win for Middlesex. Warwickshire 5 wickets as Patel comes in and bowls to Higgins, who is forward to that one and plays it into the offside, and there's no run. Lovely afternoon. It's really hot out there. As I was walking round, the heat coming off the holly stand, it's really quite oppressive. This one, Patel in and Higgins reaching forward to it.
Phil, obviously the Warwickshire fans listening will know all about what you do here, but for the Middlesex fans listening just for this game, tell us a little bit, because you wear a variety of different hats.
Yeah, not too many now. It's been reduced a bit, but we look after the museum fundamentally. That's the other thing which I do. That's where I go in the lunch hours as Patel in, and this is run to backward point. We don't have. It's unlike the museum at Lord's, which is fully staffed and open all the time. We don't have the tours here at Edgbaston for people to go through. They get a huge number of tours going through the museum and around the ground at Lord's, and we do get tours, but not to the same extent or frequency. So the museum really is only open on match days during the summer. As Patel is in, and this is clipped away behind square to backward point where Panay does the fielding. It's the end of the over. So we're open during match days, and obviously during the test match we're open all the time. And then in the winter time we're open a couple of days a week. But where we're located, there's not really a lot of footfall, passing footfall. Edgbaston tends to be really, you go past it on the way somewhere else, you know, where the cricket ground is. Unless you're specifically coming to the cricket ground, you're not sort of walking too much around the area. So we tend not to have it open. We've got two museums here. One which was built as part of the new pavilion, which is quite a modern type of, and then we've got a more traditional one which is on the far side of the ground, and I look after both of those. And then we get a series of volunteers who come in during the winter and help, as indeed do the same sort of thing principle, but I'm employed by the club. And then the other thing I do is obviously this ball by ball and some photography for the club.
Here is Ricky Clark starting the new over. He's replaced Keith Barker at this pavilion end, and just straying down the leg side, first delivery. John Simpson works it round the corner on the 45 and picks up a single and brings Higgins onto strike.
This, by the way, is Ryan Higgins' highest first-class score by some level. He's only, in fairness, he'd only had 3 innings before, and his highest score was 16. He'd made 35 first-class runs, so here we go. He's nearly doubled that in 1 innings.
Yeah, he's somebody you've got to persevere with, I think, and that's what Middlesex are prepared to do. Have a good look at it. He's a talented young man as Ricky Clark continues and bowls a real full delivery outside off stump to Higgins. Pushes it to extra cover or short extra cover. No run ensues. 68 runs to make it level pegging, so 69 to win. 5 wickets in hand. This one too close to call, Phil.
Yeah, I think Middlesex may well now have moved into being favourites for this. I think
But a wicket changes everything.
Wicket would change, absolutely. I agree, Jamie. It's really a wicket is key now for Warwickshire.
Clark bowls to Higgins, who just works the ball out to the sweeper on the offside. Coming in from deep point, they take a single.
Just looking through Ryan Higgins' performances for the second team, and there's nothing which he had with the bat, nothing which is particular. A couple of 40s in there, but he just looks a fairly steady player all round. He's sort of picking up wickets, scoring runs, and he's the sort of guy in the middle order who can do a real job for you.
And he's a real good team man, which helps as Ricky Clark bowls to the left-hander. And I tell you what, they went up for the noises, and that's because John Simpson got a bit of bat on that. Otherwise, Warwickshire would have definitely been asking the question.
Yeah, just that little nick got it. Saved him. Jonathan Trott having a word with the umpire. I think Warwickshire have also had a little bit of a team warning from yesterday, from the way that they had a go at Stevie Eskenazi yesterday. So I think there's been a warning given.
166 for 5. Here's Clark bowling an excellent delivery to Simpson. That's beating him all ends up. That may well have gone between bat and pad. Even if it didn't and it beat the outside edge, it was a fabulous delivery.
Yeah, one of those which you put down and you think, well, worse balls than that have got me wickets, but that was a real snorter. Sometimes those really good balls are just too good. Simpson just shrugs that though. He stays there. He's 37. Higgins is 30. And these two have added 44 very valuable runs for Middlesex.
Here is Clark again, bowling to the left-handed Simpson, who pushes out to extra cover and dot ball, and that is the end of the over. 166 for 5.
So good over from Ricky Clark. He's still got that one wicket, 1 for 42 from his 14 overs. The batsmen have a little chat, just same as, that's all they need to do. Whilst these two are there, Warwickshire will be just seeing that column in the bottom right hand corner, which comes up on the big screen opposite us, which tells you that the requirement is dropping down and down now, down to just 69 more runs. In fact, less than that now, 68 runs. Patel will continue from the Birmingham end, and he'll be bowling to Ryan Higgins, who's on 30. He's got the one wicket, that stumping of Nick Compton when he was on 49. He's in and bowls, and Higgins is edging this one away, not entirely convincingly, to backward point where Boyd Rankin does the fielding. He's just pushed forward at that one a little, and he ran off the open face of the bat away to Rankin. There's a man in at short leg, and there's a very short mid wicket as Higgins plays between those two fielders, the short leg and the short mid wicket, and plays it out into the offside, and then scampers through quickly for the single. John Simpson just a little slow responding, but in the end made his ground. Another single ticked off. 67 required for victory. They can start to see the whites of the man with the finishing flag, the eyes, as Middlesex get nearer and nearer. And this one is struck away beautifully through extra cover by Simpson. It won't reach the boundary, but they're going to be able to run 3. I think they will leave it at that as Simpson, just jogs back up. But 3 more to Simpson, which with a lovely shot takes him into the 40s. 170 for 5.
Well, we've seen several times in this session alone that the ball hasn't required. There's a very huge playing area here at Edgbaston.
It's quite slow, the outfield as well.
Very slow.
Yeah. Patel in. Higgins comes down the wicket and he's caught. No, he's dropped. I thought Trott had got it at that short mid wicket. it carried, and as he fell over to his right, tumbling, the ball popped out again. But it was just what Trott had set himself exactly for that. Higgins came down, couldn't control the shot, pushed it to Trott, but it was low, and he was spilled. He goes back to this next one, dabs it out to cover point, and there's no run. A little let off there for Middlesex.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it did carry or whether perhaps it just fell short of him. Either way, Jonathan Trott, if carry out the catch, and that would have been a big wicket, because it's not easy for new batters when they get carry. A life for Higgins.
It's all academic anyway, as you say, because it was put down. Patel bowls. Higgins this time plays a long stretching defensive shot, and it's the end of the over. 170 for 5. The Trott looks, well, he pods back. You can never quite tell with Jonathan.
He's very languid, isn't he?
Yeah,
it's not easy to tell.
He's he's not giving anything away, as if to say, well, and I suppose with the skipper as well, you don't run up and go, oh dear, you have to sort of be on the positive side. So it was very close. If it didn't quite carry, it was very close to it, but as I say, he couldn't hold it anyway, so it all became meaningless. Rankin is going through his excessive warming up exercises, which he does. He'll be on his back with his legs in the air, kicking his legs and stretching in a minute. Always does this before he comes on to bowl again.
But he's very supple, isn't he, for a big man? Blimey, there's no way you'd see me doing that. And I'm considerably shorter than Boyd Rankin. Another tall man, Ricky Clark, is going to continue on his way, bowling to the left-hander, just wraps the top of the pads, and then it's going to be given as a catch. So obviously some bat involved here. Simpson is out. Initially they decided to ask for the LBW. That was turned down by the umpire, but there were those two noises, so it must have come perhaps off the shoulder of the bat, and Simpson is out. He's been caught by Porterfield off the bowling of Ricky Clark, and he's on his way back for 40 with the score on 170 for 6.
Yeah, diving catch from Porterfield. Good reaction from him down in the gully. He saw the ball fly up in the air and he threw himself forward and took the catch. And John Simpson's innings come to an end. It's been a very useful knock of 40. Keeps the game on the knife edge. Perhaps just now, perhaps marginally swung back in Warwickshire's favour, but only by a whisker. I wouldn't like to call this one, I have to say. 64 required, 4 wickets in hand, and the one thing about it is we're going to get a result for this game, that's for sure.
We're certainly going to get a result, yes. Warwickshire looking for their first championship win of the season, Middlesex looking for their second championship win of this current campaign. Result. The sun's gone in once more, which gives that little bit of cloud cover. Not a great deal of cloud up in the sky, but certainly when you get situations like this, perhaps it's just enabling Ricky Clark to get the ball to swing somewhat. James Harris is the new man. He spent time on loan with Kent in Middlesex colours, and he's got work to do with the bat, Phil.
Yeah, he batted well in the first innings, Harris, and he gave good support down the order. You kind of think this would be of the batsmen. Ollie Rayner, of course, occasionally has come up with scores, but in the first innings, the Middlesex tail sort of fell away quite sharply. But Harris did hang around, and he will have to give good support to the relatively inexperienced Ryan Higgins. It could be a big ask.
Yes, indeed. Plenty of work required by Higgins. Harris did finish not out in the first innings, and he's certainly a more than useful batsman, the former Glamorgan man. Here is and bowling to the new batsman Harris, who's perfect in defence. Works it out to Barker at wicket does, because I just felt that the Warwickshire fielders were a bit flat as the runs kept coming after lunch. You get the wicket and you can hear the chipper. Yeah,
back in again, back on. The belief is that that they can do it. Suddenly it looks a lot more positive, but you're right. Just for a second, for a bit, they were beginning to slip.
Clark continues bowling from this pavilion M, right arm over the wicket to Harris, who half thought about turning. In the end, he just covers up, had to get right up on his tiptoes and over this one because it was a steepler, a rising delivery.
He's going to have to. They're going to have to make sure that they don't take. They've got plenty of time, so they don't need to be throwing the bat or taking any excessive risks. 64 more runs required for victory.
Clark comes charging in once more, the former Surrey bowler, bowling on leg stump to Harris, who this time does just work the ball off his hips down to the fielder at fine leg, and they take a single. He gets off strike, has 31.
So we're set for an exciting afternoon's cricket, I think. We have got 57 overs remaining, so we've got plenty of overs, 25 overs, which you would think before tea should be plenty of overs to get this game completed in this session, you would imagine.
171 for 6 as Clark comes in once more and bowls to Higgins, who's perfect in defence. This delivery on leg stump, and he pushes it down to the fielder at mid-on.
Yorkshire have lost the 9th wicket. Leach gets another one, so Yorkshire 133 for 9. So Somerset on the brink of what will be their first victory of the season at Scarborough. That's a tough place to go and win a county championship game. So Yorkshire's batting has really let them down in this game.
They've got a young top order, haven't they? And I think they found it hard. 171 for 6. Clark in this one outside off stump, and cutting very elegantly is Higgins. It'll only be worth a single because Lamb is out there to do all the work.
So good over from Ricky Clark. Another couple of runs ticked off the requirement. 62 now required for victory. Get it down below 50 and it starts to come down, but it's those wickets column which is the one which Middlesex will just have an eye on.
Yep, they only need 4 more.
So Majid Patel will continue. The sun is gone behind the clouds now as Patel into Higgins. Higgins on 32. He bowls and Higgins goes back, and that one hurried up on him. Didn't get up very much. He went back but played it at the middle of the bat up to Trott at short mid-wicket.
Loads of noise for Jeezy Patel. They're really trying to rev him up, the Warwickshire co-fielders.
And he comes again and goes back and cuts this one away. Square on the offside. Rankin is running round and picks up. Nice clean pick up and return throw. So one more for Higgins. So 173 for 6. Higgins is 33. Harris is now on strike. He's just got the single. And 61 more required. As Clive rejoins us, Jamie will be back with us in half an hour or so.
A match never disappoints, does it, this one? That wicket has put it back in the balance again.
Patel comes in, bowls, and Harris is defending this one to Trott at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Did you think that one carried to Trott?
To be honest, I didn't see it. I'm sure it mustn't have done because Trott made no attempt to claim it, did he?
No.
He dropped it. Yes, it was a drop. Right, okay.
Yeah, he didn't get.
It was difficult. I mean, I didn't see it, to be honest. Anyway,
it's Patel in again, and down the wicket comes Harris. Whips this away beautifully through mid-wicket. That's going to be 4 runs. So.
Well, it's still very much in the balance, this game. Middlesex 177 for 6. It did seem to be slipping away from Warwickshire a bit, but they have now got the 6th wicket, and it's Ricky Clark that got it. It was Sean Simpson, the man who was offering so much resistance as well. Clark was actually appealing for an LBW, but the ball had gone on to pad and bat, and it ballooned up in the air, and William Porterfield took an impressive catch and a wicket that Warwickshire badly needed, with Middlesex closing in on their target, chasing 234 to win. They're now 177 for 6.
Well, that was while Clive was talking. There was one down the leg side, which Ricky Clark had to run back 30 yards to go and collect. But the two batsmen between them, just sort of a little bit of confusion, and didn't take the single. So Harris stays on strike. Patel comes into him and bowls, and Harris is forward to that one and defends back. Patel fields off his own bowling. It's another over gone. 177 for 6. So 57 more runs required by Middlesex. 4 wickets for Warwickshire.
If they lose another wicket now, it still seems an awful lot. 57 with 3 wickets left. So you feel this is the last two sort of really recognised pair. And the closer they get, the more nervy they'll get, the more anxious they'll get. So Warwickshire have to make sure that they exploit that. Somerset are now 1 wicket away from victory against Yorkshire. Really have blown Yorkshire away there at Scarborough.
Yeah, we were just saying that's any result where the away side wins at Scarborough is a good result. This is a very inexperienced top order for
Ricky Clark to Higgins. Higgins plays that away into the offside. This is going to be certainly a run. It will be 2 as Matt Lamb comes into field. 2 more valuable runs. Higgins on to 35, doing a great job for his team. 55 required.
Had a good game. Ryan Higgins, he bowled well, picked some wickets up in the first innings, and he's doing a good job, as Clive says.
3rd first-class game of his career, and slipping a gully in place. So Warwickshire not going over attacking, particularly against Higgins. They'll probably attack the new man a bit more. 3 men on the boundary as Clark comes in. Oh, that's gone right through. They're actually appealing here for a catch. They're not going to get it though. It probably did clip something, but it may well have been the thigh pad. It bounced a bit and went right through the batsman. Tim Ambrose was convinced, but not out is the call.
Absolute snorter, and nothing Higgins could do with that one. He just got extra bounce and leapt at him. He'd have done well to get anything onto that, because it would absolutely race through him. Anyway, not out is the decision of umpire Lloyd, who's standing at this end, at the pavilion end.
Clark turns to bowl once again to Higgins, and again that's pitching just short, and it's played out to the offside for a quick single by Higgins. Well taken run. He's on to 36, 180 for 6 now. Middlesex.
That was a clever run, that one. He just dropped it down in front of them, and they just scampered through. Good call in between the two of them.
So just going to do an update for BBC WM. Remains remarkably tense this game, with Middlesex 180 for 6. They need 54 more to win. Warwickshire need 4 more wickets. It appeared to be slipping away somewhat from Warwickshire, but they have now got a 6th wicket to keep their hopes alive. And it was Ricky Clark who dismissed John Simpson, who'd been offering a lot of resistance. Clark was actually appealing for an LBW, but the ball hit pad and bat, and it went high up in the air, and William Porterfield dived forward to take a good catch, and that was Simpson's resistance ended on 40 after a good partnership with Ryan Higgins, who's still there. He's on 36. Clark now bowling well, beginning to get the ball to do things. He nearly got Harris there. Harris is on 5. Warwickshire need 4 more wickets for a win they desperately need. Middlesex need 54 more runs, 180 for 6. Another lifting delivery from Ricky Clark. going through Harris this time. Dare I say it, that remarkable tie of all ties is still on. Two teams could be tied at the end of each innings. That is still possible. Clark. Here's a short leg there as he comes into bowl, and that's well defended by Harris, who did offer some resistance in the first innings. He ran out of partners, so that's why Warwickshire will feel that one more wicket opens up an end for them. But on the other hand, from Middlesex's point of view, one more decent partnership, 30-run partnership or so, and they'll be almost there.
Yeah, they are exactly really one decent partnership away from victory, I think.
Clark, 2 wickets in this innings, 5 in the match, comes into bowl. And that's just going down the leg side, a little bit too far down the leg side, trying to get that bounce, trying to look for that variable bounce, but straight down the leg side. Tim Ambrose took it well, end of the over. Clark gets more applause, produced a couple of fine deliveries there. And Middlesex 180 for 6, require 54 more to win. Warwickshire need 4 more wickets.
I think Jonathan Trott's his policy is going to have to be that Patel will keep the Birmingham end tied up, and then he'll alternate between Clark and Barker. But it's not the day for bowling long spells of pace bowling. It's very, very muggy. We're down there, and it really is hot and steamy down there on the pitch.
I wonder if he might be tempted to give himself an over or 2.
I don't know. I wouldn't have thought so at this stage. Patel, Ian bowls, and Higgins rather has a little bit of a rush of blood because he comes down the wicket to try and hit Patel over the top and gets a thick bottom edge which squirts away down to backward point and gets away with that one. So close there to getting himself stranded down the wicket trying for a big shot.
I just think Trott might be able to keep him tied down a little bit. Just to get a bit closer could be beneficial.
Patel is in, and this is dabbed down to backward point for a single as Rankin comes in and does the fielding. 37 to Higgins, 181 for 6. And it's Harris, who's on 5, back onto strike. Harris gets himself settled. Back over the wicket comes Patel, gives that plenty of air, and Harris is forward to that one, just playing it nice soft hands just in front of him. There's no run.
The other option is Panay. Can be a little bit expensive, but he didn't bowl badly in that spell earlier. He got the wicket and beat the bat a couple of times.
He's got to find some wickets. That's Patel in. This is swept away. That's a beautiful shot, picked up and clipped away through mid-wicket by Harris. That's 4 runs, and that one he just took off a length and whipped it away between the 2 close-in fielders. There's a man out on the deeper mid-wicket, but all he could do was fall in behind it and fetch it back from the base of the hover cover. So Harris moves on to 9, 185 for 6, and that was a bold shot, but very effective.
That gets the target below 50. I think the man might stay. He's coming right in. I thought he might keep a man out there. No, he's keeping him about halfway back, a little bit over halfway back. Having to protect his runs, Jonathan Trott. Now what's going on here? Jitan Patel and the umpire are in conversation.
Neil Malland
about?
Yeah, talking to him. Is whether there was a bit of loose stuff on the ball which has been cut off or something like that.
I'm not sure whether he might have had some sort of clothing there, maybe some sort of back support that he wanted to take off. Harris
gets himself ready for the next ball, which he comes forward to and just pushes down, and Hayne at short leg goes round and does the fielding, and there's no run. 185 for 6.
The Middlesex batsmen in the pavilion will be desperately hoping these two can take their team home.
Patel bowls, and this one is played nicely by Harris, but straight to Jonathan Trott at short mid-wicket, who fields cleanly and whips the ball back to Tim Ambrose, but it was the last ball of the over. Harris wasn't going anywhere. 37 to Higgins and 8 to Harris, 185 for 6. They require a further 49 runs for victory, 48 runs for the tie.
It's going to be Ricky Clark to continue, and Warwickshire again needing a wicket, but every time they get one it puts doubts in Middlesex's mind and gives Warwickshire hope again. They used to put on 15, so again what Warwickshire haven't been able to do is take 2 wickets in quick succession, which can make a big difference. In comes Ricky Clark to bowl to Higgins, bowls a bouncer which Higgins evades. It's a good lance, well applauded, but Higgins wasn't too worried about it.
A lot of shouting going on from the Warwickshire camp, but in all honesty, that one Higgins was never really troubled by it.
Looks like Boyd Rankin is going to come in and have a bowl. He's exercising. It could be a sort of last hurrah for Warwickshire. He's been costing runs, but if he could get the wicket, it might yet give them a chance. Middlesex are edging there towards their second win of the season. Ricky Clark in to bowl to Higgins, who pushes that into the offside. Trot fields, no run.
What Warwickshire would have given for another 20 or 30 runs, I think. We did think 230 might just be enough. It may still be, but our original talking yesterday was it was going 250 would have been more akin to the sort of total. Perhaps a touch more. 185 for 6. It's
both these teams have sort of collapsed at the end of their innings so far, so Warwickshire will hope for a repeat of that. Clark into Higgins, who pushes that into the onside, straight to Boyd Rankin for no run. Out of the middle of the bat, a bit of an inside edge, bit of in swing from Ricky Clark. He's bowling his 17th over of this innings. It's been hard work for him and Keith Barker.
There's also been a lot of wickets fallen when batsmen have looked quite well set, that they've suddenly lost a wicket right out of the blue. But Rankin continues to do his warm-up exercises.
Clark will be looking forward to going to a game where he can only bowl 4 overs. That's from tomorrow. Comes into bowl. It's going down the leg side. There is an appeal from behind the stumps, not really from Ricky Clark. Tim Ambrose got excited, but not out.
I think there's a bit of kidology going on here on one or two of these, trying to perhaps pick up a wicket which with the appeals. Barker's sort of clapping his hands and shouting, and but can't be faulted for their enthusiasm, Warwickshire.
They made some very good stops in the field as well. This would be Middlesex would be closer to being home now if it hadn't been for 2 or 3 outstanding stops in this session from Warwickshire. Clark in, that's going down the leg side. It's taken by Tim Ambrose. No excitement this time. One more ball of the over to go. Well, I imagine Boyd Rankin will replace Ricky Clark unless he's going to give him a burst from the Birmingham end. I would have thought that Jitan Patel would stay on, but Rankin is certainly loosening up with some eagerness now. And Somerset have beaten Yorkshire, bowled them out for 157, so a thumping win in the end for Somerset at Scarborough, their first win of the season. So Warwickshire at this moment in time are the only team in the first division without a win. Ricky Clark comes into bowl to Higgins, who pitches it up. Higgins drives it to mid-off, and there is no run. So Somerset will move on to 64 points. They will definitely be ahead of Warwickshire. Whatever happens in this game, if Warwickshire win, they'll be 1 point behind Somerset. And it means that a Middlesex win would put Middlesex 30 points clear of relegation. in second from bottom, 30 points ahead of Somerset. But a Middlesex defeat, and they'll be 14 points ahead of Somerset and 15 ahead of Warwickshire. And it brings Yorkshire a little bit into the equation. I mean, if Warwickshire were to win this game, they would be 37 points behind Yorkshire, but with the game in hand. So with the ability to get that down to one win. Well, it is going to be Boyd Rankin from the Pavilion Inn. I am from the Birmingham Inn. I'm a bit surprised by that, I must say. I thought Jitan Patel was causing some problems. But they're going to have a go with Boyd Rankin. It could be a last throw of the dice here from Jonathan Trott.
Well, we've not seen him bowl from this end, so see what he gets out of it. But just see if he can bounce out, just hold it up while umpire Lloyd crosses over from the square leg position. He's going on the open side because the short leg is in place, and it's masking his view of the return crease. Rankin just ready to start. He comes in from the Birmingham end to bowl to Harris, who turns this one down into the ground and bounces up to short leg.
He wasn't far off steering that into short leg's hands, and indeed Sam Hayne takes a little step forward in that position.
The other side who are getting pulled in are Surrey into this into the
they
equation.
Are all but certain of a draw.
Yeah, they got probably 10 points or 11 points to add on to their score. Rankin in bowls, and Harris pulls the bat across the line of that one, offers no shot, and lets it go through to Tim Ambrose.
They are going to get 10 points from their current match, which will put them on
94.
They'll put them on 94 points. So Middlesex will get close. They won't quite catch them with a win, but they will get close to them. A win will put them on.
Rankin bowls. This is turned behind short leg, and they scamper through for a single. So Harris gets one.
In fact, it would put Middlesex level, so they would overtake Surrey by virtue of wins if they win this game. Middlesex, they'll both be on 94 points, but Middlesex will have won 2 matches, Surrey won 1, so a win would lift Middlesex 1 place up the table.
It takes Harris into double figures. He goes to 10, 186 for 6, 48 more runs required.
Looks like George Pinay might be ready to have a bowl as well.
Rankin comes thundering in, and back goes Ryan Higgins and runs it away down to deep backward point where Jitan Patel does the fielding. So another single to Higgins. So by some considerable margin, his highest first class score. Good time to get it. Middlesex will be hoping he can just keep going on and see them home.
We've had a few career bests in this game. Stevie Eskenazi's 179 was a career best, and Tom Helm's 5-wicket haul was his first in first class cricket.
Rankin again. It's clouds building up a bit as this one is turned behind square by Harris. Lamb is onto it fairly quickly and stops them getting back for a second.
I could add another equation to things if the storms arrive a little earlier than forecast. So that doesn't happen. This game is not too far from a finish now. I think probably in the next sort of dozen or so overs, one way or the other, this game is going to be decided. Scheduled 20 overs till tea, so it should certainly be done and dusted by then.
46 required for victory for Middlesex as Higgins ducks underneath the final ball of Rankin's first over of this spell. It goes harmlessly through to Tim Ambrose. It's 188 for 6, 10 to Harris, 38 to Higgins, and as I say, 46 more runs required for Middlesex, 4 wickets for Warwickshire to secure the victory.
We are going to see George Pinay. It'll be some moment for him if he could take a few quick wickets and win the game for his team. 1 for 18 from his first spell. Got the wicket of Paul Sterling, which is a particularly valuable one because Sterling scores quickly. They needed to get him out early. Can he remove Harris or Higgins and get the lower order batsman to the crease?
Well, he's giving himself the options, at least of trying different things, Jonathan Trott. He hasn't taken what would have been the easy option, just to have left Clark and Barker bowling at the one end, as sort of suggested, and Patel at the other. He's actually using his attack and looking to get this breakthrough. He knows he's got to get a wicket. It really is, from Warwickshire's point of view, with the Somerset result going that way, it's starting to look almost like it's a must win game for them.
So Panay in to Harris. Accurate delivery. Harris plays it to mid-on for no run. Keith Barker fields. Watch Panay. Second first-class match. Certainly shown some promise, but this is a tough situation. The occasional bad ball that he might get away with in a second 11 match or a club match is likely to be punished here, and he can't afford too many of them with only 46 more runs required by Middlesex. Panay in to bowl to Harris, pitches that one up. Harris drives it, and that's going to be through for runs. And just bearing dive from William Porterfield, but he just couldn't quite reach it, and it's gone for 4. And that's exactly what Jonathan Trott would have dreaded. That's another big chunk off the required total. 42 more required. 192 for 6.
That was a lovely shot from Harris. He got to the pitch of it and drove it away past extra cover. Porterfield trots there at mid-off. It went again between the two of them, all along the floor. Lovely cover drive.
Middlesex, the county champions, looking for this second victory of the season. Panay gives that one a bit of air down the leg side, just straying a bit too far down the leg side. Tim Ambrose dives to his left and takes it, and there is no run. 192 for 6, a target 234. And Middlesex are getting there at the moment. And Panay comes in to bowl to Harris, and pitches that one short. It's turned round to mid-wicket for no run. Just the one wicket this session so far for Warwickshire. And another 52 runs added by Middlesex, leaving them 42 shy of their victory target. Panay to Harris. Harris defends out to the offside, no run.
Another little useful partnership be growing here. 22 these have added. Harris is been the more aggressive of the two in this partnership. He's taken 14 of the 22.
Panay stops and pauses. Comes in to bowl. And that's turned around to mid-wicket by Harris. He turned around there a bit, Panay, and Harris plays it to mid-wicket, but Jitan Patel feels. Wasn't a bad over, but it did go for one boundary, which Warwickshire can ill afford. 192 for 6. Jonathan Trott having a chat with William Porterfield to get some advice. It is really the last go now for Warwickshire. They still can. A one wicket would put enormous pressure on the remaining Middlesex batsmen, but from Warwickshire's point of view, it needs to come pretty soon. The William Bell was making the point, even if there's sort of 10 or 12 runs to go, if you're suddenly down to 7 or 8 wickets, it can be play tricks on the batting side. So they've got to keep going, but it's Middlesex at the moment who appear to be moving in the right direction.
Boyd Rankin will continue at the Birmingham end, and he just starts his run up, but then stops. Not quite ready. Ryan Higgins. He starts again. Rankin comes charging in and bowls. Higgins pushes this one away, and just a gentle push into the offside, and Woodfield round at extra cover has to come running round and do the fielding. Can't prevent the single. 193 for 6. Middlesex be quite happy just to nibble the singles and just see this figure. 40 for the tie, 41 now for the victory. And it's just creeping down. Rankin is in now to Harris, who is turning this one up to mid-on where Trott does the fielding, and there's no run.
Harris has now scored 32 in this match without being out. He's finished 18 not out in the first innings, coming in at number 8, and ran out of partners on that occasion. 14 not out here.
Harris waits, Rankin into him, and Harris defends this time up to Barker at mid-off, and there's no run. So Rankin's bowling a fuller line now. He's that short stuff which he was bowling last night, trying to bounce and trying to get a false shot out of Milan or Compton. And he tried it earlier on from to a lesser extent from the pavilion, and he's bowling a much fuller from this Birmingham end. He's in bowls. This one is a little bit shorter, and Harris has a flick at this one, trying to cut it away. No foot movement, just throwing the bat at it. It just goes underneath the bottom edge and through to the keeper. So a little bit of a scare there for Middlesex, but he survived it.
Harris needs to give himself a bit of a talking to there. That was a loose shot. The target gets less and less. A temptation to really try and wrap it up quickly will be there, but almost gave Warwickshire a wicket there.
This one is edged, and this one is gone. He's got an edge to it. He's given, and Rankin has struck. Harris looking to run it away down through the offside, gets an edge. It goes through to Tim Ambrose, and the 7th wicket falls. It's 193 for 7. It's 40 for the tie, 41 for victory for Middlesex. Warwickshire require 3 more wickets.
Well, once again in this match, just as one team looks as if they're getting there, it changes, and that's a big wicket. It wasn't that time a loose shot from Harris. He played a poor shot the previous ball. That one he just pushed at, maybe should have left. It was obviously going to go over the stumps, but it was a good delivery from Rankin. Give him credit. He's had a difficult game at times in this match, Boyd Rankin, but this spell's a decent spell, and he's caused some problems, and he's got the wicket. Ollie Rayner comes out. Not the worst batsman in the world, but certainly Middlesex's last 3 batsmen did not hold Warwickshire up much in the last innings. In fact, the 8th wicket, or the 7th wicket's a key one, isn't it? Fell at 303. They added 31 more than that after that. If they do that here, they'll finish just short. So they do need to improve on their first innings performance as far as the last 3 wickets are concerned. And that included a last wicket stand of 18, we should add, so they really did lose the next 2 very quickly. I mean, that's the thing. However many runs they need when Tim Murtagh comes out, anything could happen, because he'll just fling his bat and he might get them in 5 minutes.
Well, 40 for the tie. So money on the tie here is
well, it really would be a. I mean, although it's not the result that Warwickshire wants, there's part of me hoping for it, because it would just be. It would be. Someone will have to find out, but I bet it's the first time it's ever happened in the history of first-class cricket, if it happens.
Rankin, 1 ball to go in his 9th over. He's into the new batsman, Ollie Rayner. Plays this one down off the gloves or the arm, and again a shorter delivery from Rankin causes Rayner, who's a man of a similar sort of height to Rankin, he's played it off the end of his chin down into the ground. 193 for 7.
Well, from where we're sitting, it looks like a pretty sparse crowd, but you can hear then from the applause how many members are here at this end, getting excited again because Warwickshire back in it with that wicket. George Panay to bowl, big responsibility on this young man. They still can't afford to leak runs here. Middlesex are 10 boundaries away from victory, or from a tie to be absolutely accurate. Warwickshire need 3 more wickets now to win this game. George Panay comes in to bowl to Ryan Higgins. who pushes that to mid-wicket. It's going for a quick one. This could be tight, and it is a direct hit, but I think he was there, and the umpire thinks that as well. And it was a good piece of fielding from Patel, picked up and threw the stumps down. It did look like a tight run, but he just got there, Higgins. And umpire was in a very good position. I think even from here it did look in.
Yeah, I think he actually got the bat in as he was looking at the throw coming in. So I think it was, in the end, he was home quite comfortably.
But that adds to the drama. Interesting though that he's gone for that single. First ball of the over. Higgins brings the new batsman to the crease. That will give Panay an opportunity here.
Well, Ollie Rayner is vastly more experienced than Ryan Higgins, so you would. And as you said, he's not the worst batsman.
He's not, but he's not really a batsman, is he?
No.
And Higgins is well set on 40. Two slips and a gully. Got two men out there. Might try and tempt him with a short one. See if he gets excited and pulls one to one of those fielders out there. Panay comes in to bowl, pitches up. Good solid defence from Rayner. Plays it to Jonathan Trott. Terrific game, which is now going to go down to the wire, whatever happens.
Be two different feelings. Warwickshire will be looking at 39, thinking that's tight. Middlesex will be looking at 39 and thinking it reads like 139. When you're chasing, when running out of wickets, it seems to get just psychologically it gets bigger and bigger. 194 for 7.
Panay into bowl. Right arm over, just on leg stump. It's played away well by Rainey. He'll get a single. I'll get him off strike and knock another run off. So 39 now needed to win by Middlesex. 195 for 7. Higgins now a key. He's there on 40. Played a very good innings. If Warwickshire were to get him, then it really would be tough on the remaining Middlesex batsmen. Can someone come in and be the hero?
End of this over. Jamie back in to replace me.
I'm sure the remaining Middlesex batsmen will say they relish a challenge, but they'll be sitting there hoping
it doesn't happen.
that they are not asked to come in. Panay into Higgins, who clips that onto the leg side. There is a man on the boundary there, so you only get the one, but it's one more run. He's on to 41. 38 more needed to win.
A terrific game of cricket, this one. It's a really terrific advert for the 4-day game.
It's fluctuated back and forth. Neither side has ever been completely on top, and that's going to be the case right up to the very end. Panay into Rayner. Good delivery that from Panay. Rayner does well, gets bat on it, plays it to mid-on. And there's no run. One more ball of the over to go from George Panay. I wonder how long before he gets Jitan Patel back in. In fact, I see Jitan Patel's drying his hands on the ground. You'd just fancy, I think, Jitan potentially to be the man who could winkle out the remaining batsman with all his savvy and knowledge, even though it may not be a pitch that's giving him a huge amount of help. Panay to Rayner. Rayner hits that, that just gets bat on that. Hence Hughes and ours. It goes down to back a square leg for a single. End of the over. 4 singles off it. 197 for 7. 37 more required. Thank you, Phil. And Jamie Reid will come in. I'm sure he'll be here now to the close. 16 overs scheduled till tea, so I think we will get a finish before then, one way or t'other. Boyd Rankin now. Tall Boyd Rankin bowling tall Ollie Rayner. So, what's the next twist going to be?
Well, there's a $64 million question, Clive. Ollie Rayner is a good number 9, and he's going to need to be. Higgins the prized scalp now. So 197 for 7 is the score. Here's big Boyd Rankin coming in from the Birmingham end and bowling to Rayner. You can hear lots of noise out there. Really is
They got excited because Higgins did his best to run himself out there. He went about a third of the way down the pitch before he was sent back, and Sam Hain hurling the ball towards the stumps.
In fairness, Clive, he's trying to get himself back on strike. I think they could have possibly gone through for a quick single there.
Can't afford to get himself run out though in doing so, can he? He's got to keep his nerve here.
197 for 7 is the situation as Rayner goes back and across, just covers up and pushes this to the fielder on the offside. Again, another dot, and you can really hear those Warwickshire fielders now making plenty of noise. Ricky Clark, you would think, at this pavilion end.
It's the point that Ian Bell was making here. Once you get to sort of 7 wickets down, even if Middlesex are within 10 runs, things can happen. They start getting nervous, they start getting excited and maybe make mistakes.
Well, Middlesex have only recorded 1 win so far as Ollie Rayner just pulls in front of Square on the leg side. They come back for a second, they think about a third, it's not on. In the end, some good fielding carried out by, I think it's Lamb out.
Middlesex have only managed 1 win so far this season. It's 1 more than Warwickshire, who, as we speak, are now the only team in the first division without a win. I've got to do a summary on BBC WM. Well, this match is going to go to the very end, still being in doubt. Middlesex are 199 for 7 now. They need 35 more to win, and each time they look as if they're just about to get their Warwickshire, just about keep themselves in it, and they have done so with Boyd Rankin getting the important wicket of James Harris, who've been offering resistance. A loose shot first from Harris when he played a miss, and then the next delivery, again a bit of bounce from Rankin, and Harris edged it, and Tim Ambrose took the catch. So Warwickshire will feel they're into the lower order batsmen now, but they haven't got many more runs to play with. Middlesex needing 35 more to win are 199 for 7.
Well, it is nip and tuck, isn't it, this? You wouldn't like to think which way it's going to go, or you might like to think, but you wouldn't like to put any money on either side. Not that Clive or I would as BBC employees. 199 for 7. Rankin in his 10th over. He's been expensive, but he has picked up that wicket, as Clive mentioned. 1 for 49 with 2 balls to go shy of 10 overs. He's on his way and bowling to Ollie Rayner, who just works the ball backward of Square on the offside. No run though. Good work being carried out by Porterfield, who's very good in the gully.
He's probably Warwickshire's best fielder in the side. He's struggling with the bat since he's come back into the championship side, but while he's there he does offer something in the field for Warwickshire.
1 ball to go in the 62nd over. Here is Boyd Rankin on his way and bowling to Ollie Rayner, who plays a similar stroke. This time he's got it down to the boundaries. 4 welcome runs to the Middlesex total. They really are the great entertainers at the moment. If you want value for money, you look at that Essex fixture and then this fixture. The 200 is up in the 63rd over. 372 deliveries it's taken to reach that landmark. 203 for 7, 30 behind, 31 to win. So every 4 just gets Middlesex that little bit closer. Well, I think he was going to bring Ricky Clark on, but Jonathan Trost decided to delay that, at least for an over, or maybe he's going to bring Ricky Clark on from the Birmingham end, because George Panayi is staying in the attack. I'm still a little surprised that we haven't seen Jitan Patel at this point, but big responsibility for George Panayi. 1 big over from Middlesex would practically take them there, so have to keep it tight. Panayi into Higgins, who turns that round to mid-wicket. The boundary is protected there, so he'll just get 1, and that will bring Rayner onto strike. Higgins onto 42, but another run goes on. They got it down now on the scoreboard. They got it down to the 20s because the scoreboard is showing how much they trail by. It probably should really show the target, but it shows they're trailing by 29, which of course it means they need 30 more runs to win. And Ollie Rayner's already got 8. He's out in the crease. They've already added 11, these two, taking Middlesex ever closer. In comes Panayi to bowl. That's left by Rayner outside off stump. No run. Well, this knock of 42 is worth so much more by Higgins, because in the overall scheme of the match, this really is a great contribution. It's a gutsy knock, and to stay out there how he has, scoring runs, and he scored them at a good clip, 42 off 68.
He's put another fielder, taking a slip out, so one slip in place, put two fielders now in a shortish mid-wicket position. That's the one that Rayner might sort of try and parry away onto the leg side. Panayi into bowl, just outside off stump, and maybe missed out there slightly. Rayner hits it into the ground and it bounces, but it's fielded by Gully. William Porterfield it straight at him, so he gets no run.
Well, you mentioned about those two static fielders going in on the leg side. He then bowls with width outside the off stump, and he was lucky to get away there.
So in comes Panayi once again. Bowls. That's a more accurate delivery. It almost tucks Rayner up, but he manages to play it down to the ground to the offside for no run. 204 for 7. Warwickshire will have the back of their minds that they left some runs behind. Fell away badly in that second innings. Another even 20 runs could have been the difference between victory and defeat here, and they'll feel they should have got them, but just fell away badly in that second innings. Panayi to Ollie Rayner. Bowls, and it's a swing and a miss from Rayner outside off stump. Taken by Tim Ambrose. George Panayi getting plenty of encouragement from the Warwickshire fielders.
Yep, you can hear all the chat. Keep coming hard. That's what Warwickshire is saying, and that's what they'll be hoping they do. 30 more runs needed for Middlesex, 3 wickets for Warwickshire.
Panayi it is then to bowl, and a good delivery played away from his pads by Rayner onto the leg side. Just one loose ball on that over and he got away with it, George Panayi, but 204 for 7, some good deliveries as well. Middlesex need another 30 runs to win now. Warwickshire still need 3 wickets, and we are going to see Ricky Clark come on from the Birmingham end.
Yeah, I think this is a good move, because Ricky Clark is more economical. He's tighter with the ball than Boyd Rankin, who does give you that opportunity to take wickets, but also he does give away runs, and it's a very difficult ask now for Jonathan Trott. Does he continue to attack? What kind of fields does he look to try and set? All the time Higgins is on strike, you feel that he really is the prized wicket, but you can attack the other end. Ollie Rayner's already missed. 204 for 7, Clive. It's so intriguing, this fixture, you can't afford to look away.
Well, it is going to, it definitely goes down to the wire. Even if Middlesex need 1 to win with 3 wickets left, a hat-trick can happen at any time, so this match is going to be in doubt right until either the last run, or the last run is scored, or the last wicket is taken.
James Harris, the last wicket to fall for 14. He was caught behind off the bowling of Boyd Rankin, who's come out of the attack. Ricky Clark's back, 2 for 47 from his 17 so far. Here he is starting the 64th over. 204 for 7. Just clipping it off his hips is Higgins. Out to the leg side it goes. He goes through for a single and brings Ollie.
Happy to take the run. He's another run ticked off. 29 required.
And Clark goes back to the edge of his mark. Long run up and approach to the stumps.
Got Ollie Rayner in now. He's got experience. Then you've got a relative novice in Tom Helm, and then a huge amount of experience in the last man, Tim Murtagh. But judging from the way he played in the first innings, the match will end fairly quickly after he comes in. Either he'll thump Middlesex to victory if he comes in, or he'll get out pretty quickly.
205 for 7 is the score as Clark comes in, and covering up is Ollie Rayner.
Actually, it'll be interesting to see if Middlesex do need another 10 or 12 runs of Murtagh walking out to the crease, whether he does play the way he did in the first innings. For a man with a respectable career average, he really did play like a number 11, by which I mean he just came out and tried to hit everything, and did manage to hit a few before eventually getting out.
Yeah, he's certainly not a rabbit with the bat, Tim Murtagh. He's got some scores, and
But that's
he's a
why I
very
was
useful
surprised at the way
cricketer.
he played in the first innings. He didn't play like someone who's got scores. But anyway, he'll hope not to have to come in.
No, he'll hope not to get the pads on. 205 for 7 is the score. You would think he probably is padded up down there, ready to come in if the need requires, but he'll hope that Higgins can edge them as close as possible and Rayner can keep him company. Another dot.
What Tom Helm's thinking now is next man in. Obviously he won't want to come in, but on the other hand, there'll be an opportunity for a bit of glory.
Don't think many fast bowlers are decent watchers when they're the next man in, especially in a pressure cooker environment like this. 205 for 7. Clark is on his way and bowling short to Ollie Rayner, who's a tall man. Just gets over this and works it backwards a square on the leg side, and they take a single.
That's well played by Rayner. Clark setting the trap, 2 men out on the leg side boundary, about a quarter of the way in. And Rayner was very careful to play that down, play it very safely. He's got the 1 run for it, but safe, and it's another run added. 28 more required.
Yeah, very clever from Ollie Rayner. If he'd have looked at try and throw everything at it, he may well have been caught out in that trap. In the end, he moves on to 9, brings Higgins on 43 back onto strike, and here's Clark. Very quick bouncer, very short as well, so not up at the body, and he's given a no ball.
Yeah,
I don't really understand that.
Umpire, well, the square leg umpire obviously judged it above head height, so I have to go with his call on it.
Well, we can't see from here.
There's 2 more runs to the total. Maybe just banged that a little bit too short. Clark a little unlucky, but square leg umpire believes it's overhead height, then he has to call it no ball.
Graham Lloyd is the man standing at square leg. Neil Mallender is standing at the Birmingham end. 208 for 7 is the score. Here is Ricky Clark bowling fuller, and on the leg stump line, worked off his hips by Higgins. He moves on to 44. 1 ball for Ollie Rayner to face in this over. 209 for 7. 25 to win.
They're getting there, Middlesex. They're getting there slowly but surely. Durham appear to be heading for victory against Derbyshire. 256 for 4, chasing 282. I think all the other games in progress now look like draws, apart from the one at Arundel, which is only its second day. Sorry, have lost the second innings wicket, but they're going to draw that game.
Ricky Clark approaches the stumps and bowls to Ollie Rayner, who's perfect in defence, works it to extra over. 64 gone. 209 for 7. Higgins has 44. Rayner undefeated on 9.
Well, the man out for Surrey is not Rory Burns. So Rory Burns, who carried his bat in the first innings for 219 not out, is now 61 not out in the second innings. They're 109 for 1. They're still behind, but can't see that one finishing anything else in the draw. Keith Barker is going to have one last go here. 2 for 34. 25 runs required by Middlesex. Higgins on 44. So I think Trott might finish off with his 2 main seamers. Just still a little surprised that he's not opting to give Jitan Patel a little go. But let's see if Barker can find the breakthrough for Warwickshire. Left arm round the wicket. It's played to point. It's fielded there. There's no run. $209 for 7. Warwickshire's over. It's -1, which is a slight concern as we're approaching the end of the innings. Actually, Jitan Patel is now limbering up, so I think he is going to have. He's going to be called up shortly, perhaps to replace Clark, as Barker comes into bowl. And that one always a hint of balls keeping low. He pitched that one up, and Higgins did well playing forward to that to get bat on it as it speared towards his pads.
Well, Jonathan Trott has got to think to himself, who is most likely to get me wickets, because that's what he needs. He needs those 3 wickets. He can't. He's got to bowl them out.
Yeah, confirmation there. Jitan Patel just signalling to the dressing room for helmets and pads on for a catcher. In comes Barker bowls, pitches that one up as well, and Higgins opens the face to the bat and plays it along the ground to Gully. Doesn't get it past Gully though, so there is no run. He's tempting there. There's no third man. If you could squeeze it inside or outside Gully, he's got runs, but couldn't get it either side of William Porterfield on that occasion.
Well, it's a long way off, and I can't see that Warwickshire will get there, but you start thinking about the new ball.
This one has pushed out the offside. Yeah, it's 15 overs away after this one, with only 25 required.
And I think that's why Middlesex will be looking to try and get there as quickly as they can. They wouldn't want to face that new cherry.
Keith Barker plugging away. It's a decent over, but hasn't been able to break through. Comes into bowl to Higgins, and Higgins cuts at that one. It was a little wide, but there is a sweep on the offside, so he only gets one. A lot of effort into that shot for one run, but it's one very valuable run. 210 for 7, 24 more required to win by Middlesex. Warwickshire still need 3 wickets.
Well, he's looking to try and take the majority of the bowling, isn't he, Higgins? He's facing a lot more deliveries than Ollie Rayner. Just one to face now for Rayner before you would think the spinner will come back into the attack.
Barker then to Ollie Rayner. Round the wicket, short. Rayner pulls it down to the ground. It's a good stop by Jitan Patel, so he gets no runs. End of the over, 210 for 7, 24 more needed to win.
Yeah, he's just taken some pace off of that, and he was holding his hamstring there, Keith Barker. I'm sure that he's okay, and course, isn't he? He does get through the overs, and he offers that good control, 2 for 35 from 15. But I think you need to get Jitan Patel back into the attack, and that's what Jonathan Trott is saying. He's got the experience.
England enjoying a decent partnership at the moment. 87 added between Ben Stokes on 45 and Joe Root 71. They're 163 for 4 against South Africa in the first test at Lord's. And New Zealand have already beaten West Indies in the Women's World Cup. Took them 18.2 overs to chase down the 151 they needed. West Indies women just struggling in that competition.
24 more runs needed. Here is Jitan Patel starting the 66th over. High up in the air it goes, and that is the wicket. It's been edged to the fielder. He's not happy, Higgins, but he's on his way, and we see another twist. He's just feathered this through to the wicket, or to the fielder, I should say. Hayne is the man, I think, who's taken it off the bowling of Patel, and it's proved an inspired bowling change.
Well, Higgins' reluctance to go would suggest that he didn't think he hit it, but the finger went up pretty quickly, and he's gone to Sam Hayne at short leg. And this is tantalising. Bearing in mind Middlesex did score 18 for the last wicket in the first innings. With 2 wickets left, they need 24. I'm telling you, the tie, which has been tantalisingly on all day, all match even, is still very much on here. But Patel strikes, and Warwickshire just about keep their hopes alive.
I think that's Patel's first wicket of the innings, isn't it, Clive?
No, I think it's his second.
Second, is it?
Yes. He got. Who did he get out earlier? He got the Compton, of course.
Of course he did. He's got the 2 big ones then.
And stomped. So here's Tom Hale. Well, a chance to be a hero, Tom. That's you got to be the positive spin on it. Can he eke out the 24 more runs required, along with Ollie Rayner? He has got 5 balls to face potentially this over. It was the first ball of the over. Ollie Rayner having a chat. I've seen much, but from that one ball, he might be trying to tell him what the ball's doing, what the tactic is. Of course, time is on Middlesex's hands. But so how does Helm approach this? Does he look to keep out 5 deliveries and take it from there?
I am surprised that Jonathan Trott isn't even more attacking here, Clive.
Yes and no. I just think that with 24 runs required, what he wants to do is make it take as long as possible.
But is Helm going to score runs?
Well, he might. He might squeeze one through, and then a 4, which makes a big difference. It's a difficult balance to strike.
210 for 8. Here is Jitan Patel bowling a quicker delivery to Helm, who just rocks forward onto the front foot. It's outside off stump, and he just covers up, pushes back down. Where it goes.
He's also got a lot of fielders saving the one, of course, to make sure that Helm doesn't dash down to the other end. First ball.
Jeetan Patel is back at his mark. He's going to come in past umpire Neil Mallender and bowl the third ball of the over. And Helm again, perfect in defence, covers up, pushes it to the fielder at bat pad. Another dot. 3 to go in the over. 2 for 40 from Patel. Helm yet to get off the mark. Rayner at the other. He now needs to be the aggressor and look to score the lion's share of these runs. 210 for 8. Another dot on the offside. This has really twisted and turned every which way. It's been a fascinating game of cricket. 6 bonus points apiece at present. Who's going to get the win? 210 for 8. Here's Jeetan Patel. 2 to go in the over. Bowling to Helm. A quicker delivery on the offside to the man at backward point. Another dot.
The one thing that Helm and Rayner have to be very careful about is not to give away a run out. It can easily happen in this sort of situation when they're getting close.
Yes, indeed. 1 ball to go in the over, and there's going to be a change of attack. Jeetan Patel is in once more and bowls to Helm, who just covers up again. That is the end of the over. A very good one from a Warwickshire perspective, with Patel picking up the key wicket of Higgins. 210 for 8, 24 runs needed by Middlesex, 2 wickets for Warwick.
Excite people at the prospect of a Surrey defeat. It's still very unlikely, but they have lost a second wicket and they are still behind. They're 53 behind Hampshire, 113 for 2, and again it's not Rory Burns is out, so a bit of a one-man show there for Surrey. Here it's going to be Keith Barker to continue, and he'll be bowling to Ollie Rayner. He's dropping men back on the boundary again. Well, obviously they're quite happy to give Rayner the single, and also they just want to make it take as long as possible for Middlesex to get these runs. Just 1 ball not getting up, or 1 ball rearing up, and they can get the wicket, so they have to keep Middlesex out there as long as possible. Here is Barker, left arm round the wicket, bowls, and it's an accurate delivery which Rayner is able to push out into the offside for no run. So Ollie Rayner changes roles now. Now he's the senior partner. He's also the man with the experience, of course. Try and guide himself and Tom Helm through. They don't want to have to ask Tim Murtagh to come out.
No, he's padded up, watching on, and very much hoping that he won't have to play a part.
Barker comes into bowl. It's a short delivery which is cut down for 4. Big 4 there for Ollie Rayner, and well, Barker just dropped that in short, and Rayner took the invitation, and that suddenly means just 20 runs required.
Well, he played that rather nicely. He was offered width by Barker, who I think is just tiring somewhat. Outside off stump it was. He soft hands. No fear of a dismissal. Good shot.
And that is the problem for Jonathan Trott. He wants Barker or Clark at one end, but he has worked them very hard. This is Barker's 16th over in this innings. And that 4 will have hurt Warwickshire. Just taking the momentum off them a little bit. As in comes Barker to Rayner. Rayner just tries to run that down to third man, and played it a little bit late, and in the end played it along the ground to slip. There is a third man back there now, so it's not a shot that would get them a 4, but it would have got them 1, but couldn't quite get it past slip. So at what point does Rayner try and get the single? This is the 4th ball of the over, and the singles are still on offer for him. I think Warwickshire might take the view to give Barker even 1 ball at the new man might be worth the go. He comes into bowl to Rayner, and oh, that must be close. LBW shot is turned down.
I think there were 2 noises, Clive. I can only think there must have been a bit of bat.
No, it's a leg by, so it didn't come off the bat. Well, it must have been height, I guess. Didn't seem to get up much, but anyway, not out is the verdict. Rayner's mighty relieved, and he also gets the other end. Does give Barker 2 balls to bowl at Helm. So a leg by, 218 for 8, 19 required.
Well, we're not bang in line, but I wouldn't have thought it was high.
Did look a good shout, but umpires, of course, they've got to keep their wits about them now. I don't know, they're under a bit of pressure as well. One slip in a gully, Barker around the wicket, into Helm. Helm turns it around to mid-wicket. He thinks for a moment he's got to run, but Andrew Umeed is quick to come across and stop that. He's got one more ball this over to survive, Helm. So, 2:15 for 8, 2:34 the target. Somerset already winners today. Their first win of the season. Warwickshire 2 wickets away from theirs. As Barker bowls going down the leg side. A bit of a waste of a delivery, but Tim Ambrose prevents any runs. That's the end of the over. 2:15 for 8. And Middlesex require another 19 runs to win. Warwickshire still need 2 wickets.
Well, it's going to be a fascinating end to this match. It's been nip and tuck all the way through, with neither side really taking a stranglehold on it. Helm yet to get off the mark, but crucially he's been out there for 7 deliveries. Rayner has 5. You feel that he's going to need to score most of the runs that are accrued between now and the end of this game. 19 further runs needed. 2 wickets for a Warwickshire victory.
Of course, it's 18 for a tie. Let's keep saying that.
And I know you've got your update to do shortly, Clive.
You're all right for a bit, though. You can carry on for a bit.
Okay, so Jeetan Patel is going to continue at this Birmingham end, bowling to the very tall Ollie Rayner, who has to crouch down low to make sure that he just covers up, and this is going to be a dot. You can instantly hear the chipper in the field, Jonathan Trott, making plenty of noise. He's in that fielding static position on the leg side.
Looks to me as if Ricky Clark is going to come on for another blast. Probably to replace Keith Barker next over.
And Jeetan Patel bowls again, this time to the same batsman, Ollie Rayner, who works this one off his hips. So it seems that Helm is happy to face the spin bowler. Perhaps more happy to face spin.
I think Rayner can't really afford to turn runs down when it's
tricky.
So it does potentially expose Helm, but it does take the run closer as well.
4 balls to go in the over. 18 runs required for victory. 216 for 8 is the score. BBC WM and BBC Radio London here at Edgbaston. As we see Patel bowl to Helm, works it off his hips, and that's going to be a dot. Clive will just update Warwickshire fans very shortly.
Just as soon as they stop whittering on about ties.
216 for 8 as we see Helm push forward onto the front foot, and that's going to be another dot. Works it out to Keith Barker, the fielder at mid-off. 3:30 in the afternoon, closing in on tea. And closing in on a winner here, one way or the other. As Helm again covers up, another dot ball, 1 to go in the over. 216 for 8. Ricky Clark's going to be back very soon. 1 to go in the over. Clive will do that update very, very soon.
Yeah, it is tantalising this. Warwickshire need 2 more wickets, but they've just conceded a 4, which means Middlesex need 14 more runs to win. Just every time Warwickshire look as if they're out of it, they get back into it, and Jeetan Patel has struck lately, ending the stubborn resistance of Ryan Higgins and getting him caught at short leg. But Warwickshire's running out of runs. 2 more wickets required, 14 needed by Middlesex at 220 for 8. So it's going to be Ricky Clark, the bowl from the pavilion end. Another update to do. Well, this match is now heading for a very, very tight finish, with Warwickshire needing 2 more wickets, but Middlesex needing just 14 more runs. Middlesex 220 for 8, and Warwickshire again just about keeping themselves in the game when Jitan Patel struck, having Ryan Higgins ending his long resistance, caught at short leg for 45. Batsman didn't look too happy with the decision, but Warwickshire were delighted. But they are running out of runs here with 2 wickets required. Ollie Rayner on 14, the inexperienced Tom Helm on 4, Tim Murtagh the man still to come, and it's going to be very, very close this. Middlesex need 14 more to win. Warwickshire need 2 more wickets, 220 for 8. And the first one left by Rayner from Ricky Clark. He's just got the 1 slip in place. Field is shortish at mid-wicket. They are offering Rayner some options for a single. In comes Clark to bowl, and that's going down the leg side. Well taken by Tim Ambrose. That 4 at the end of that last over from Patel was damaging from Warwickshire's point of view. 4 from Tom Helm. This leaves 14 more runs required. The last wicket pair made 18 in the first innings. So Tim Murtagh may well fancy coming on now and hitting the winning runs. He himself scored 10 in that first innings. Ricky Clark is pausing at the end of his run-up. Comes in to bowl. Oh, the umpire wants him to wait. I think Ollie Rayner just checking where the field is. And he comes in, does Ricky Clark to bowl to Rayner. Oh, that's edged by Rayner, down to third man for a single. Not sure whether that went past. I wonder whether that was in the air when it went past the sort of second slip area. I fancy not. But no second slip there anyway. Single to Rayner. He's on to 15. 13 more runs required.
Good delivery that. He squared him up, didn't he? Made it very, very difficult. I'd go back to Boyd Rankin if I was Jonathan. To myself that he is a wicket taker. You've got 13 runs to play with. I think he's got to act decisively and look to try and can knock the batters over. And Helm, maybe he won't like that most express pace. I think you go to your genuine.
Yeah, I think Clark or Barker and Patel are probably the most likely to get wickets in this match. You're right, the pace might worry Helm, but that one is just on the leg stump, and Helm's turned it away probably for 2. No, just 1 run. They thought about a second, they decide against it. It's 1 more run though by Middlesex, and they're counting them off. 12 required to win. Warwickshire of course need to restrict them to 10 if they're to win the game. 222 for 8.
Great fielding from Panayi there. He couldn't afford to let them get that extra run, and he did very, very well out of deep mid-wicket.
Ricky Clark turns from the pavilion end to bowl, and that's going down the leg side again. Tim Ambrose is smartly across to take it. The last thing Warwickshire can afford to do is concede a 4 down to long leg, and Ambrose was quickly across to stop it. Maybe Clark just looking to try and induce Rayner into that leg side trap, but got to be careful he doesn't concede a 4 down to fine leg. And Clark comes in to bowl. He'll be bowling to Rayner, right arm over. And that one that Rayner pushes to mid-arm. I'm going to ask you a technical question now. Have you got a stick mic next door by any chance?
Have I got
a stick mic next door?
I haven't, no.
Oh dear, okay, because I think our effects mic might just be feeling a bit sorry for itself.
Oh dear.
Slight interference on it. But anyway, we will muscle on. 222 for 8. And 12 more needed to win.
And Boyd Rankin is going to be brought back into the attack at the Birmingham end of this Edgbaston ground. Double Nelson on the scoreboard. 222 for 8 is the score. Helm has 5, Rayner has 15. These two coming together with the score on 210, so they've added 12 priceless runs. very priceless in the overall scheme of this match, which has been relatively low scoring. Even Stevens in the first innings, both putting 334 on the board. Middlesex need 12 further runs. Warwickshire need 2 wickets. And Boyd Rankin, crucially, will get to bowl at Tom Helm. Helm on 5, plenty of chatter, just one slip, a gully and a man at backward point. Also the man under the helmet at short leg. As Boyd Rankin comes charging in, and this one just worked off his hips. It might go to the boundary's edge. The fielder will try and cut it off. He can't. And it's a case of the quicker it comes, the quicker it goes. 4 welcome runs to Tom Helm. It moves him from 5 to 9, and psychologically it moves Middlesex that bit closer. 226 for 8 is the score. Helm has 9, Rayner has 15, and Middlesex closing in on that second victory of the county championship season. Here is Boyd Rankin, who's been expensive. 1 for 57 from 10.1 overs. He's on his way and bowling an excellent delivery to Helm, who just moves the bat inside the line of the ball. Bit of gardening from Ollie Rayner at the non-striker's end. Goes down to have a few words from Helm and just tells him it doesn't need to be won in this over. Lots of chat out there, as you would expect. 226 for 8 is the score. This partnership is worth 16, and Rankin is about to bowl the third ball of the over. He bowls to Helm, who covers up, works it out on the onside, and it will be a dot ball.
So 2 blows away now. Well, both teams 2 blows away.
Indeed, yeah. Lots of chat from the Warwickshire field. They've got to hope that Rankin might be able to pull something out the bag here. 3 balls to go in the over. 226 for 8. He bowls to Helm on leg stump, and he gets off strike. Squirts it out backward of square. In comes the fielder. Lamb is the man who does the duties, and they take a single. 7 to win.
Even 6 more would ensure the Middlesex don't lose. It looks like it's just slipping away from Warwickshire. It'll go down to the wire, but they will reflect on runs they left behind. Middlesex has stuck at this really well, and are just edging their way. It's been a team effort, not unlike the first innings where one batsman dominated. Been a number of contributions in this second innings.
Ollie Rayner just takes a fresh guard and covers up. Bowling on off stump was Boyd Rankin. Another dot, 1 to go in the over. 227 for 8. 7 more runs wins it.
It would be a big win for Middlesex. Lift them up, well, my reckoning, up a place above Surrey by virtue of more wins.
Here is Rankin to complete the over. Bowling to Ollie Rayner, a big appeal, and he's given him. Can you believe it? Looking to play across this. He's been trapped leg before wicket. It's certainly kept low. Umpire Neil Mallender raises the index finger, and this game swings once more. Ollie Rayner out for 15. Trapped leg before wicket by Rankin. 227 for 9. 7 runs still required, and just the 1 wicket in hand.
Well, incredible. Last ball of the over, and it was a good delivery right in the block hole. And suddenly Warwickshire are 1 delivery away. Middlesex can tie the game with 1 shot. Warwickshire can win it with 1 delivery. 7 required to win, 6 to tie. The most incredible tie probably ever in first class cricket is still possible. Remember, the 2 teams were tied at the end of the first innings. They could still be tied at the end of the second. So 7 required for Middlesex. It's the end of the over, so it'll be Tom Helm who'll be facing, not Tim Murtagh. The way Tim Murtagh played in the first innings would suggest that he might try and finish this one way or the other fairly quickly. He hit a brisk 10 in the first innings. He doesn't need that many in the second. He might just go for his shots and hope that he gets a couple through. Ricky Clark to bowl from the pavilion end. But Jamie did call it. He said they should bring Boyd Rankin back. I wasn't so sure, but it's proven to be the correct decision. And here we go then. The final, no, not the final, well, it could be the final over, but the final drama of this match. Tom Helm and Tim Murtagh have a chat. Murtagh with all the experience. Helm will be on strike. He has very little experience. What a game. What a match this has been. It's fluctuated back and forth throughout. Neither side has ever been completely on top. Some of the cricket's been very good, some of it less good, but it's all added up to an absolutely storming finish, with Middlesex needing 7 to win with 1 wicket remaining, and time not an issue, and the weather still very pleasant. That too not an issue. There are still 3 possible results, a win for either side or a tie. Ricky Clark then into bowl to Helm. Tom Helm facing just 1 slip in place. He's steered that away. It was 1 more run, but it does bring the new batsman to the crease. They can do it with 1 blow now, Middlesex. 6 required to win. 228 for 9.
Yeah, plenty of chat out there from the Warwickshire fielders, and there'll be a little discussion here between Helm and Murtagh. Murtagh's been there, he's seen it, he's done it, but Helm is out there. He's watching it much clearer than the new batter. 11 from 17 from him. He's made it look relatively easy, in fairness to the Middlesex number 10. What can Tim Murtagh do here?
Well, it's interesting for a moment. It just might be changing the field placements. He's kept a couple of fielders just sort of,
he's got to get
not
a short
quite
leg
in,
in,
but a part of the way
Clive.
back. I think the short leg is going in, but the way Murtagh played, he went for his shots in the first inning, so he's kept fielders sort of halfway back, looking for the miscue, maybe the miscued cut shot. Sam Hain is going in at short leg. Jitan Patel's going on the leg side as well. 1 slip in place. It'll be very interesting to see whether Murtagh does approach this the way he approached the first innings. It was a completely different scenario in the first innings. There, it was just about seeing if he can get a few more runs onto the total. Here, it's about trying to win the game. So it'll be interesting to see if he approaches it in the same way. In comes Clark round the wicket. Murtagh ducks under that one, and it goes to the wicketkeeper. There's no run. So that first question that Ricky Clark was asking there is, are you going to have a go at pulling or hooking? And Tim Murtagh's answer was no.
Well, these two know each other very well from their Surrey days. It's a strong leg side field set for Tim Murtagh. If he wants to drive on the onside, or on the offside I should say, through extra cover, he's got 4 of the 6 runs that he needs.
Andrew Umeed at slip, dare not drop on. Drop catch now would be very hard to take. Catching's been pretty good in this game, not sure much has gone down. But Clark has a word with Keith Barker. All he can do really is decide what he's going to bowl and just hope. Again, they're just thinking about the field, and Jitan Patel, who's 37 years of age, is sent jogging from one side of the ground to the other at the end of a long match. I was saying, Jamie, you called it right. You suggested Boyd Rankin coming in. I wasn't so sure, but it worked from a Warwickshire point of view. And Rankin now, Clark. Ricky Clark comes in to bowl to Tim Murtagh. Oh, that's in the air, but it's going to be safe. Short of third man. He's going to get a single. Ooh, that was a very tentative sort of shot from Murtagh, but he's got away with it, and now 5 more runs required for victory. 229 for 9.
Well, it wasn't out the MCC coaching manual. He just backed away, opened the face and run it down to third man. He's picked up a single, though crucially he's got himself off strike. For Helm here, and 5 runs needed. This really is in the balance, this game. I know we've been saying it all match, but it could literally go either way and could be over next ball.
Well, it was an agonising defeat for Middlesex at Chelmsford. Can they see this one through to a victory? Ricky Clark comes in to bowl to Helm. It's a good delivery which Helm has kept out well and played it out to the offside. Will there be another over in this game? If so, who's going to bowl it? 229 for 9. I don't think Tim Murtagh would fancy Boyd Rankin. On the other hand, if he connected with one because of the pace of Rankin, that could be game over.
Yeah, I would think with these 2 deliveries left, Helm will be looking just to try and nudge one and get himself on strike for that next over, which looks as if it will be the defining over one way or the other. Ricky Clark might have other ideas. over.
4 to tie, 5 to win. Ricky Clark into bowl to Helm, and Helm has played it away. He is going to get the single, and interestingly Warwickshire were happy to let him have that. I think they took the view that one delivery from Clark to Murta might be enough, and they've got that potential now, but only 4 needed to win, so an edge down to third man. There is a third man, but if it's a fine edge or a fine one down a fine leg, then Middlesex will have won the game. And there is a lot of space also at the moment anyway out on the leg side, should Tim Murta fancy that. There's Keith Parker's going to mid on, but a decent pulled shot could do it here for Middlesex.
For me, he's just got to cover up here, Murta, and give Helm the next over.
Ricky Clark then, the last ball of the over, bowls to Tim Murta, who's clipped that away. Where's it gone? It's gone for a single. And
cover.
It means he keeps the strike, but it also means they only need 3 more runs to win at the end of the over. 231 for 9-2 will be enough to get the tie.
Indeed, 231 for 9 is the score. Murta on 2, Helm has 12. Ricky Clark's figures 2 for 58 from the 20 that he's had, and Boyd Rankin is going to continue.
Victory just to say for Durham in the second division. They've beaten Derbyshire by 6 wickets. Jack Burnham finishing 93 not out, so they chased a fair target there, 284, and they won it by 6 wickets.
What's going to happen here? 3 runs needed from a Middlesex perspective to record their second championship win of the season, and 1 wicket needed now by Warwickshire.
It would be a knock to the morale if they were to lose this here, having
for
lost
either side, Clive.
Well, indeed, but I'm just thinking particularly Middlesex, the way they lost at the death at Chelmsford. The good news for potentially both teams is they don't have another championship match to play for a while, because T20 kicks in, and it is these 2 teams who will meet again in the next championship match at Lord's.
Well, a left-right hand combination in place. Tim Murta just looking around and perfectly entitled to do so, waiting for the slip in place. Ricky Clark is that man. A fielder at backward point. There's a man in at bat pad. And again, fielders on the boundary to try and make it difficult and stem the flow of runs. What's going to happen here? What an over awaits us. 231 for 9. Boyd Rankin is at the edge of his mark, or the end of his mark, and he gets ready to come running in past umpire Neil Mallender, bowling from the Birmingham end to Tim Murta. Murta plays a glorious stroke, and I tell you what, these could be the winning runs. He comes for 1, comes back for a second, and he'll look to try and turn. Tim Murta's going to have to hurry here, but he comes back for the winning runs, and Middlesex have registered victory in this fixture. Dear oh dear, Clive, what a way to win it. You feel for Warwickshire, but after what happened down at Chelmsford, this is a great victory for Middlesex.
Well, it was a thrilling match. It went down to the wire in the end. Middlesex just got there. Warwickshire, they will take, I think, some encouragement from their performance in this game, but they'll also feel that just certain things they were short of with the batting. They should have got 30-40 more runs, which would have won them the game. They worked really hard at protecting a fairly low score in the field there, but in the end, congratulations to Middlesex. It's been an all-round effort for them. They haven't relied on one batsman, and they have got home, and it's a win that will give them a lot of breathing space. It makes Warwickshire's first division status look in very severe doubt now, and leaves them bottom of the table. You can see Hunt's shoulders are patting each other on the back as well. The Warwickshire fielders, they'll try and encourage each other, and they gave their all out there, but in the end it wasn't quite enough. And congratulations to Middlesex to get their second win of the season by 1 wicket in a thrilling contest. And Warwickshire still looking for that first win, suffer another defeat, and they'll be bitterly disappointed. They'll concentrate on T20 as from tomorrow. And as I say, they will try. It'll be difficult right now. They will try and take positives in the long run from the performance in this game, but in the end they've come up just short. So both teams applauded off, and they've both given us a really entertaining match. Just slightly cross with them. They didn't give us the tie, which would have been fantastic after the first innings was tied, the second innings so very nearly tied. But there we are, victory for Middlesex. So they, as by my calculations, sorry this game isn't over yet, but assuming that ends in a draw, will move above their arch rivals on games 1. Warwick should be rooted to the bottom of the table. You can't quite say they're down yet, but they are going to probably need to win maybe 4 of the last 6 games to have much of a chance of survival. And there we are. So we say thank you very much indeed, Jamie.
Clive, thanks very much indeed. What a fascinating advert that's been for County Championship cricket.
Indeed, thanks to Andy from earlier and Phil Britt as well from me, Clive Eakin there with the news that Middlesex have beaten Warwickshire by 1 wicket here at Edgbaston. We'll say good afternoon. You might hear me, whether it's still online, I'm not sure, but you might hear me do a little update in about 5 minutes' time. But we'll leave you now from Edgbaston. Don't forget T20 Sauce Middlesex first game.
Yes, upcoming tomorrow down at Gloucester. So opportunity at Cheltenham. Sorry, apologies.
That's be a nice one. So they go to Cheltenham. That'll be online tomorrow, and we'll be live online and on BBC WM and on BBC Coventry and Warwickshire from New Road tomorrow. Programme starts at 5:25. Match starts at 5:30, and we'll be online as well, of course. The Bears taking on Worcestershire at New Road. So join us then from us all here from Edgbaston with Middlesex victors by 1 wicket. We'll say a very good evening. Yes, an agonising defeat for Warwickshire, and one which makes relegation from the First Division of the County Championship now look very likely. To be fair to Warwickshire, they stuck at their task impressively today, never giving up, and when Boyd Rankin had Ollie Rayner LBW for the 9th wicket of the innings, Middlesex was still 7 runs short of their target. But in the end, Warwickshire event come up just short and will go into the T20 competition starting tomorrow, firmly rooted to the bottom of the First Division table.
Go. Get there, Mel. Watch out for the sprinkler. Get there. Oh, my days. Slow down there. Slow down there. Back 3 more, Mel. Got it? After volley, 3 more. Yeah. A bit wet over there. Oh, Polly. Oh, he's taking it from the home fans at Worcester. Go, Paul. Oh, Polly. Polly's fine. Oh, Joe, no. Yes! Keep coming in! Keep coming in! Diesel! She's getting again. Watch out for the sprinkler. Forward finish. Oh, hey, watch out. Right in the corner, forward. Watch that. Jump the bottom up. Oh, that is in the current one. That is a good catch. Hit me. That is a good catch. Derek. That is a good start, Paul. Yes, Paul. Nice, mate. Oh. Yeah, nice. One more. No! Oh! Go in the back of the queue. Come on then, Paul. Yep. Oh, no. I'm spreading the ribbon the other way around. This time who run? That's my run, Richard. Hit me, Mal, hit me. Bring it back the way he likes it. Yeah. You can work now, Wes. Oh! Nice, goody. Gotta go. Hit me, Mal. Oh, no! I need to go again. I did 4. I got all 4. Yeah, but that's good. 1 time. Come on, throw. On the arm. Oh, there it is. That is a good catch there. Oh, Polly, there we go. Good fish, Paul. Oh, bit of buck fizz in your paw. Polly! Confidence, hit me. Yeah, that's lovely. That was short. Yeah, it's like... Come on now. Don't quit on it. On the ground. Isn't it? Relax. Let it breathe. Relax. Take your head just. Oh, it's a good grab. Water. On the arms. On the arms. I can't reach that far, man. I'm going to